never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. House Republicans are considering initiating contempt proceedings against the president's son. Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky stated that the investigation pertains to public corruption at the highest levels of government.
We have specific questions for the president's son. He does not get to dictate the terms of this subpoena.
In an unexpected development, Hunter Biden announced outside the Capitol today that he will only testify in his father's impeachment inquiry during a public hearing and will not comply with a Republican subpoena regarding his business dealings. Tesla is recalling nearly 2 million electric vehicles due to the safety concerns tied to its auto steer feature. A forthcoming software update will enhance warnings for drivers and enable the automated feature to disengage when the vehicle is not on the road or if the driver is not sufficiently attentive. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration initiated an investigation in 2021 following nearly a dozen reported incidents. The White House appears to be clarifying President Biden's recent comments on Israel.
He was expressing concerns that we continue to see civilian casualties in Gaza. And again, that we want to make sure that as they work to minimize, that they actually have those kinds of results.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby did not explicitly state whether the U.S. believes Israel is carrying out indiscriminate bombing or following international law. Instead, Kirby emphasized that the administration expects Israel to take every possible measure to minimize civilian casualty. Apple is introducing a security update for iPhones aimed at deterring theft. The feature enhances access security by requiring biometric data such as Face ID or Touch ID. The update will be accessible to all users in a forthcoming software release. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The gigantic skull of a sea monster that preyed in the oceans millions of years ago has been excavated from a cliff in the United Kingdom in what scientists are saying is one of the most complete specimens of its type ever discovered. The skull fossil is 6 foot 5 inches long and belongs to a pilosaur, which was the largest carnivorous reptile that ever lived. Dr. Andre Rowe from Bristol University told the BBC, "I have no doubt that this was sort of like an underwater T-Rex. Inflation has affected everything on the planet."
3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge.
Shoppers may be angry about high prices for gifts this holiday season, but just be thankful you are not actually buying the 12 Days of Christmas list. Buying all 12 categories of gifts rattled off in the popular Christmas song would cost you $46,729.86. The true cost of the Christmas in the song, say if you kept buying 2 turtle doves repeatedly each time it was mentioned, would be $202,000.
Los Angeles is poised to host Super Bowl 61 at SoFi Stadium, the shared home of the Rams and Chargers. The decision on the location for the 2027 championship football game is set for a vote by the NFL owners in Dallas. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, what do you say? You about ready to get a new day underway? All right, ready or not, here it is. Crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, we'll work our way across the country and around the world into, what'll it be, Thursday, 14th day of December. 11 days till the fat man makes his rounds. Yes, indeed, the countdown to Christmas, but welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. We begin looking toward the weekend as we kick off another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I guess pretty typical weather. It's cold out there. 26 is what I'm seeing outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio, where the program is emanating from around the country. And as we look at our traveler's weather, we're beginning to see some disruptions. It's been a pretty quiet week for a majority of the country. Not a whole lot of inclement weather. A lot of changes on the horizon. It is beginning as we speak. A storm the forecasters have been kind of monitoring for over a week has finally begun over the southern Rockies. Now, this thing has the potential to unload 1 or 2 feet of snow in parts of Colorado and New Mexico. Some locally higher amounts at some of the ski resorts. That is before bringing some much-needed rain across Texas and some problematic conditions for much of the Sunshine State. This storm, the snow, will cause some major travel disruptions along portion of the I-25 corridor, starting with soaking rain and thunderstorms. We could even see some flash flooding in parts of Texas. As we've been anticipating, the jet stream making that big dive toward the interior southwest before carving out a storm system that now begins tapping in moisture from the Gulf of Mexico here. Rain forecast in southern and western Texas, western Oklahoma, southwestern Kansas, as the snow begins to break out over the mountains in southern and central Colorado and northern New Mexico. Some of these higher elevations, northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, upwards of 12, perhaps 18 inches of snow between now and Thursday night. Snow will also spill into parts of the high plains of northwestern Texas and western Oklahoma. You may get in a bit of southwestern Kansas and central New Mexico as we look toward, say, 24 hours from now, Thursday night into Friday. AccuWeather forecasters say we could see some areas seeing maybe 36 inches over the ridges and peaks there in south-central Colorado and north-central New Mexico. Travel slow, difficult along a stretch of 25 from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Pueblo, Colorado, on into the day today, Thursday. Could see some road closures. We could see some road closures over the higher elevations, especially in northeastern New Mexico. Maybe a period or two of snow extending well to the north along I-70 in central and eastern Colorado and western Kansas. Denver, you may manage to pick up maybe an inch, not too bad there. Several inches in southeastern Colorado and southwestern Kansas. May actually see a few pockets of freezing rain mixing in over the southern high plains as well. Now, as the storm will continue diving into the southern tier along the Gulf Coast, areas of rain will be developing southeastern Texas all the way over to much of Florida and coastal areas between and along I-10 as we head into late week and the upcoming weekend. We've had a strong area of high pressure kind of dominating the weather for the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic this week. That high pressure has been keeping this storm and much of the rain pent up much further south near the Gulf of Mexico. A bit of a change since earlier this week. There's going to be a period of drenching rain pushing into much of northeast Texas and northern Louisiana from Friday into Saturday. Many of those areas are contending with extreme drought conditions. It would be some needed rainfall. Now, no rain or thunderstorms Saturday over the areas hit hardest last weekend by the severe weather and the tornadoes in that zone from near I-20 to I-64. Good news for Tennessee communities as they continue trying to clean up there. The most likely zone for heavy, gusty, maybe even some severe thunderstorms will be south of this system as it moves along. That means parts of central and southern New Mexico and similar zones in Texas and Florida could see some stronger thunderstorms. We've got the difference in high pressure and low pressure. We've been talking all week about winds that will be developing in the Sunshine State, which they already have. Between now and the upcoming weekend, the persistent winds will raise tide levels, causing rough surf, strong rip currents, and even some beach erosion along much of the east coast of Florida. There's a slight chance this storm might acquire some tropical characteristics because of the time it spends over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico and just off the southern Atlantic coast. Potential for some excessive rainfall in southern Florida. This could rival some of the rain we saw back in November. That was a system that brought in excess of 10 inches of rain to the Fort Lauderdale area. They've had plenty of rainfall here in 2023. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll begin looking ahead. This same system, once traversing the southern Gulf Coast region, heads over to the eastern seaboard. After what's been a relatively quiet week in much of the east this week. Big changes coming on this weekend. Expecting again a significant storm to move up the coast, bringing more heavy rain and gusty winds to that region. For millions, it may actually be kind of like a case of deja vu. This storm coming up for the eastern seaboard will have similar characteristics to the one that slammed the mid-Atlantic and Northeast with the heavy rain and wind just a few days ago. Like I said, we'll delve more into that coming up here. What else in the mix? Tonight is the night. Wednesday night into Thursday morning, we're looking at the peak of the Geminid meteor shower. If you're out and about as the night progresses along, we should be approaching the time where as many as 100 to 150 meteors will be visible on an hourly basis through much of the overnight here in North America. I've gandered toward the heavens for a few minutes here and there. Haven't seen anything yet. I'll keep an eye out as we get a chance to take a break here and there. Have a lot of the city light pollution in our area. If you can get away from those city lights and way out into the middle of nowhere, you'll see a lot more activity. All right, we had our big get-together there in D.C. this past day, one of which was talking about impeachment of the sitting president. Of course, Hunter Biden opted not to show up for his closed-door deposition this past day. What does that mean? There was also a big discussion relating to the trucking industry. And we're talking much of the discussion apparently ultimately centered on the mandating of speed limiters on heavy-duty trucks. That received considerable scrutiny during the House subcommittee hearing this past day, with the FMCSA administrator, Robin Hutchison, among the witnesses. The hearing was about how the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is being implemented. Several lawmakers used the opportunity to question speed limiters and point out many of the truck drivers' concerns. We'll start with Representative Troy Nehls of Texas, who said, quote, "Listen to the truckers. I think they would know better than bureaucrats and specifically Congress on this." Did we actually get a commonsensical statement out of Congress? In 2022, as we know, the FMCSA issued their advance notice of proposed rulemaking considering requiring most commercial vehicles to be equipped with a speed limiting device. At the time, they did not include a proposed top speed, but still, nonetheless, lots of opposition from the trucking community. As we know, more than 15,000 comments were filed, with the majority coming from truck drivers speaking out against such a requirement that in many cases would force them to drive below the legal speed. Representative Mike Bost of Illinois voicing his concern about speed differentials, stating that a mandate like this would cause the differential speeds between cars and trucks on the highway. Both said there's two problems. Number one, when I was a state legislator in Illinois, we had one speed for cars and another for trucks. We discovered through our research it caused more wrecks than if everyone just went with the flow. The other problem you have is that if you're a skilled driver you've just limited their ability to use speed to react, to get away and protect while driving a vehicle. Eric Burleson of Missouri also noted that the combination of forcing truck drivers to operate below highway speed limits and work under the strict hours of service regulations could ultimately prompt speeding in the slower zones. Many of these truckers may end up in a situation where they've got to make up some time, and because they have the speed limiter, the only place to make up time might be in the city streets or the suburbs or construction zones. Are you concerned about the motivation that you're creating that I think would reduce safety in these important areas, he asked. Well, Hutchinson declined to answer any specific questions about the speed limiter rulemaking until a formal proposal is released. The notice of proposed rulemaking, which could be unveiled as early as this month, is expected to include a top speed at that point in time. Either way, Nels encouraged Hutchinson listen to the truck driver's concern. At one point, he actually cited articles from Landline magazine, holding up a copy of the magazine and the headline story, "Very Dangerous." That was one of the headlines in regards to speed limiters. I hope you consider the 15,000 comments from truck drivers who've provided input on this rulemaking. Again, that was Nels. So I don't think the anticipation going into this committee meeting this past day was intended to focus nearly as much on that particular mandate versus several others. Side underride guards, automatic emergency braking devices. There were a number of things that we thought they were really going to discuss in more depth. For whatever reason, a lot of talk about speed limiters. Underway here on how about it, Thursday morning coming on. Hello, Philly Dan. Good to have you on board. Marianne in the house. Morning to the overnight family. Doing well. Another day. Went for a walk in the hallways twice this past day. Hello to Shorty, I-95 southbound, Richmond Hill, Georgia tonight. 46 degrees as we head to Orlando. It's turnaround number 2. Hello to Canadian Terry, Montreal, Quebec. 26 degrees, clear skies. Poor Hunter Biden crying the blues. Let's go, Brandon. Everybody be safe. Thank you, Canadian Terry. Cap and Ron checking in. 60 rolling through Gainesville, Florida tonight. Go Blue. Semper Fi. Kevin checks in. Good morning to the overnight crew. 27 in Harrison. Pappy, time to saddle up, strap up those bootlaces. Well, take them off in many cases. It's the midnight hour, nocturnal listeners. That means Overnight Drive is on. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Somewhere in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker deep beneath the earth crust. Steve will take your call. Try to answer those questions. Hammer down. Be prepared. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, as we are underway here, kicking off a new day, we jump to... It's been a while since we heard from Iceman. What's going on, Iceman?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, Steve? Hey, just to let you guys know, it is an absolute mess on the east side of Indiana. We have, it looks like we have 2 tractor-trailer drivers down. There is debris all over the road. Tandems are literally sitting in the middle of the interstate. It's not looking good. So the accident is at 145 in Indiana. Looks like they're directing traffic off at 137, making you get on 40, going down 40.
So what interstate is this on? Is this on 70? Or?
I'm sorry, I-70.
70,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I go from Columbus to Indianapolis, and I know this is a pretty hot spot for a lot of LTL guys out there. So, yeah, heads up on that. Not looking good.
Really?
It's going to be a while before they get that cleaned up.
Okay.
Unfortunately. So, and then I had another thing. You guys were talking about the gift cards the other night. Yeah, I stopped buying gift cards at the kiosk there at Kroger. I know you get the fuel perks and everything, but I've been getting emails, especially over the holidays, where the companies are just offering the gift cards straight from either the companies or a reputable company that handles the transactions with the gift cards. Where I think it was Texas Roadhouse back, I think Black Friday, they had buy $30 gift card and you got a $10
additional,
like a bonus card. Yeah. So I stopped buying all my gift cards from Kroger because what they're doing is somebody is like maybe late at night when nobody's watching and they're taking those gift cards and taking them home unactivated. And then what they're doing is they're taking pictures, they're rubbing off they're not doing anything with the barcode. What they're doing is they're taking that little sticker off, that little scratch off of the PIN number. That is the main focus of what they want. They want that barcode and they want that PIN number. So what they'll do is they'll scratch off that PIN number and then they'll put like one of their own stickers. Once they take a picture or write that stuff down, what they'll do is they'll put one of their stickers on. It looks like it's brand new, never been activated. But once you we'll put it in like a special computer, or not a computer, but a special program where the second you activate it right there at the cash register, it'll send them a notification saying, hey, this card's been active. You can add it to your account. Go add it to the account. Your money's gone. Gone like 10 seconds after you activate it.
But you walk away from just paying for the gift card before you get in the seat of your vehicle to drive out of the parking lot. They've emptied it.
It's gone. It's gone. And what they do is they'll write that stuff down. They'll take it back to the store, throw them right back on the shelf. And then when you activate it, it's gone. It's gone. So very, very elaborate plan or whatever. I'm sure you get some kind of, a higher up, and you get a commission based on what you do. Very, very elaborate operation there.
Mm-hmm.
So I stopped buying at Kroger, Meijer, whatever. I go straight to Amazon, get my gift cards from Amazon, because Amazon will send you out usually same day or even next day or same day your gift cards, and it just arrives so fast. Or you can get it digital too.
Sure.
And the Texas Roadhouse cards, you can either do it digital or they'll send it out to you. Last time I actually wanted not a digital card, but I wanted a physical card, and it came like maybe 3 or 4 days after I bought it, so pretty fast. So yeah, I would I would stay away from the kiosk at Kroger, because you never know whether or not they've been handled, they've been taking a picture, all that stuff. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to get with you, and everybody have a safe night and stay away from I-70 in Indiana.
All right, thanks for the heads up. See if we can learn a bit more on that. Yeah, we one of the stories we shared last evening was from California. The one individual that they were able to track down who had in his possession, they had a photograph. He had 5,000 Target and I believe it was Apple gift cards in his possession. So he was kind of doing, I guess, what Iceman was talking about to eventually put them back on the store shelves so we could steal all that money. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Republicans are considering initiating contempt proceedings against the president's son. Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky stated that the investigation pertains to public corruption at the highest levels of government.
We have specific questions for the president's son. He does not get to dictate the terms of this subpoena.
Tesla is recalling nearly 2 million electric vehicles due to the safety concerns tied to its auto steer feature. A forthcoming software update will enhance warnings for drivers and enable the automated feature to disengage when the vehicle is not on the road or if the driver is not sufficiently attentive. The White House appears to be clarifying President Biden's recent comments on Israel.
He was expressing concerns that we continue to see civilian casualties in Gaza as they work to minimize that they actually have those kinds of results.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, those phone lines are open, so jump on in. Who else checks in? Jeffrey, good morning. Steve, Jeff from New York City. Ready for an outstanding show. You cannot disappoint. Appreciate the compliments, Jeff. Always giving me a thumbs up. Rockpit, good morning. Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. 31 at the airport at this hour. Happy Thursday to all you hard-working Americans. Let's face it, there will be no rest for the truckers till after the holidays. Merry Christmas. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe. All right, Larry, hello. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 38 checking in from Platkill, New York. A few snowflakes in the air. It's round number 3 to Schenectady tonight. Kentucky Ken, what's going on? Hello, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers checking in from I-77 exit 1 in the state of Virginia. I'll be rolling out in about 3 hours, headed to Troy, Ohio. Safe travels. Kentucky Ken, listening in. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 30 clear here in Sellersburg, Indiana. As we've got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up tight, headed south at my usual high rate of speed. A special one-night-only Hoosier shout-out to Buckeye Boy. All right, Buckeye Boy, has he checked in yet? I have to scroll on down. He typically joins in right about this hour. Daniel, good morning from over by Baker, Montana tonight. 32 degrees out in Big Sky country. Joe Self, morning all the Overnight Drive listeners. Clear 31, Winchester, Virginia. Hello to the Grump, who says, all right, that's, wow, okay. There's a fatality accident on I-70 eastbound at the 144 in Indiana. I think is that the one Iceman was just calling about? I've been stuck here for the last 2 hours, and it's going to be a while before the highway is open. So, Iceman was saying it didn't look good. So it must be a pretty significant damage. But I guess Grump said confirmed fatality there. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. 5-7, copy the mail. Hello, Phil. Phil, what do you got? He says, I got a $50 gift card last year, and when I activated it, yep, the money was already gone. No more gift cards for me. Eskimo Bomb, happy Thursday to the Overnight Drive Nation. I got a regular run tonight. Found out that next week, many of us are going to be pulling a 6th day as we try to cover that final holiday rush. Like Rockpick just said, no rest for the truckers out there till after the holiday, especially when you're moving things like the groceries and whatnot. She's heading to Meijer stores and all that. There he is, Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. I kind of figured he'd be here, 37 degrees. Getting up early to head out to my mom and sister. Got the sugar cookie dough prepared for the grandkids to cut and decorate with the missus while I'm gone. Big step by Congress today. Hopefully a big misstep by the puppet's protege. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I actually had tuned in. I think I had Fox News on. Everybody was kind of glued. They're awaiting Hunter's arrival for the behind closed doors deposition that he was subpoenaed to appear at 9:30 this past morning. So here it's, time passing. Every vehicle that pulls in, they're saying, hold on, is that him? Is that him? You never. Lo and behold, suddenly he shows up at the Capitol. And gets out and reads a pre-prepared statement, which to me pretty much sounded like what would be the closing arguments at the end of a trial from the defense, saying, none of this happened. It's all a bunch of lies. Forget about it. I'm here, and that's it. Yeah, I will appear before a public hearing. As James Comer said, you're pretty much trying to dictate it. I'm not going to sit down behind closed doors. What will the next step be? And part of his prepared statement, there was one key change, the way he worded things, as to my father was not financially involved with my business dealings for 3 years now. 3 years. Joe, of course, initially, Joe said, I had nothing to do. I never discussed any of his business dealings. Then that narrative changed. They moved the goalpost a little bit earlier this year. Now, this just moves the goalpost once again with that statement. We'll tell you how Republicans, they caught that distinctively, immediately, and began dissecting what he had said. And obviously that was a prepared statement by his lawyers, which is, again, just trying to say it's over. Nothing to see here. My father did nothing. This is kind of parroting Donald Trump. It's a witch hunt, is the way he made it sound. We'll delve more into that coming up. First, there's another issue out there. I know it's a little bitty state, right? Rhode Island. Yeah, who goes to Rhode Island? Well, there's a lot of people in Rhode Island, and there's a bridge that carries Interstate 195 over the Seekonk River that has been under a $78 million renovation project. And apparently, when they were inspecting some of the work, the repairs being done, they noticed, hey, there's some real problems here with the old structure, which was built in 1968. The failing components, once discovered, pretty much shut the bridge down, at least the one side. In the process of reconstructing the Washington Bridge, our consultants found urgent safety issues that could cause a critical deficiency on this side of the bridge, a.k.a. a bridge collapse, which would have been devastating. We have closed the westbound side until we can make it completely safe. The department said they're going to move the traffic from the 2 lanes on the eastbound side of the Washington Bridge sometime over the next 2 or 3 weeks, at which point they will begin the permanent repairs on that westbound side. There's currently no timetable, but the DOT said depending on the severity, these needed repairs could take maybe 2-3 months or maybe even more to complete. CDL Life had a bit of an expanded breakdown on that. The entire state of Rhode Island is experiencing what they're calling chaos after the sudden Route 195 Washington Bridge was shut down, a major issue noticed on the bridge first Friday when an unnamed engineer described as only young noticed an issue with the steel pins holding up the bridge while they were working on reconstruction. By Monday afternoon, they had closed the westbound side for safety, which somewhere in the vicinity of 90 to 96,000 vehicles cross this bridge every day. That is a busy, busy bridge. Now, the DOT director said those pins that they discovered involved a much more detailed kind of construction that we estimate now is going to take on the order of 3 months to repair. The failure in such that it could potentially be the cause of a catastrophic failure. So we're having to act on that. We averted a major catastrophe here. If one pin goes, it could have a compounding effect on the other rods. And that is what happened in this case. It is chaos, according to Common Cause Rhode Island Executive Director John Marion. He said people are cutting through every street in EP, desperately trying to find a way to a Henderson Bridge approach. All the main thoroughfares have pretty much become parking lots more than 1.5 hours, and only moved about 200 feet. So the DOT is planning to build a temporary bypass that will direct 2 lanes, again, of westbound 195 onto the eastbound side. The temporary crossing is expected to open within 2 weeks. Between now and then, before they even get that done, this chaos is going to continue on all the other main arteries. The repairs to fully reopen the westbound, again, will take about 3 months, they're saying. This is an all-hands-on-deck kind of operation that we're in right now. The bridge was already part of a full reconstruction project, $78 million, that was supposed to be completed by the summer of 26. Still too soon to tell how much this extra bridge repair is going to cost, but they said they did mention they're going to be seeking all possible ways of funding this: state funds, federal funds, emergency funds of that nature. So what a mess there in the state of Rhode Island. 96,000 vehicles a day, though. That's busy. What's going on? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So here's what we know. with Hunter's failure to ultimately show up for the deposition behind closed doors. Guess the next step would be to initiate contempt proceedings. After defying the subpoena requiring his testimony, I was stuck around a bit listening to some of the commentators. They say, hey, if you look back, let's step back to when some of this same stuff was going on with Donald Trump, impeachment inquiry, and the sheer number of individuals who had been subpoenaed, right, by the Democrats. Adam Schiff and Steve Bannon is one. There were several that failed to show up. In every case, they did proceed to file contempt proceedings. So you can't not file contempt proceedings against Hunter. The first, he tried to set his own rules for the deposition. Last month, he said he would only appear for a public hearing. Yet no other witness in the Oversight Committee's investigation into the allegations of family corruption has appeared at a public hearing. It's only closed-door depositions. And Hunter is not going to be treated any differently, according to James Comer. Rather than appearing at the deposition, though, he shows up at the Capitol, gets out of the vehicle, reads a brief statement. One sentence in particular in his statement immediately raised eyebrows. He says, quote, "Let me state as clearly as I can. My father was not financially involved in my business, not as a practicing lawyer, not as a board member of Burisma, not in my partnership with a Chinese private businessman, not in my investments at home nor abroad, and certainly not as an artist." Now, that claim that President Biden was not financially involved in his business schemes is a big change from what the president's long maintained. For years, as we know, Biden said he never even discussed business with his son. But that narrative began to change earlier this year, as you'll recall, when Devon Archer, one of Hunter's longtime business associates, actually testified to Congress that Biden had conversed with his son's business associates on numerous occasions. At the time, the White House said that Biden, quote, was never in business with his son. But now the denial is exceptionally specific. Republicans quickly took note. Once again, the Bidens are moving the goalposts, according to House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith. The biggest takeaway was the statement from Mr. Biden where he said, "My father was not financially involved in the business." Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan said that's a huge change, which sort of means he's involved. That's how anyone with common sense would read it. He's been involved, just not financially. That's a huge departure from everything they've said for the last 3.5 years. Jordan said, at the time, that was pretty much the biggest news of the day. I don't know, the biggest news of the day may have shortly thereafter changed when the House indeed voted to formalize the impeachment, the inquiry into Biden. A big step that Republican leaders have argued is necessary to force the White House into complying with the investigation. It was passed by a vote of 221 to 212. Every Republican voting in favor of it, all present Democrats voting against. You could actually hear some light cheering from the Republican side of the chamber after it passed. It was pin drop silence on the Democrat side. We're now at a pivotal moment in our investigation. We will soon depose and interview several members of the Biden family and their associates about these influence peddling schemes. But we're facing obstruction from the White House, according to Comer. This was his speaking on the House floor just before that vote took place. He said the White House is seeking to block key testimony from current and former White House staff. They're withholding thousands of records from Joe's time as vice president. President Biden must be held accountable for his lies, corruption, and obstruction. We have a duty to provide the accountability, the transparency that the Americans demand and deserve. The Republican-led committees, Oversight, Ways and Means, and Judiciary have been investigating, as we know, the accusations that he had leveraged his office of vice president under the Obama administration to enrich the family. It's been heavily centered on one of the brothers, of course, James Biden, and his son, Hunter. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy directed the House to open this impeachment inquiry back in September. The White House dismissing the probe as illegitimate without a formal vote on the matter. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer said that the White House requested the House vote itself. The White House sent a letter saying that the subpoenas Republicans had served will not be honored and will not even be recognized without a full vote in the House. So our Speaker has done exactly what I would expect he would do as a lawyer. We're going to honor that. Emmer said we're going to go ahead and do a full floor vote. He knows we're probably going to have to go to court to enforce these anyway, so might as well eliminate any of the objections they might have. Marionette Miller Meeks of Iowa said Republicans were undertaking their vote because they recognized the gravity of impeachment proceedings. We don't want to minimize what it means to have an impeachment, but what I think is what the Democrats did. We want to be able to have that tool to be a significant tool to hold presidents accountable. We don't want to just be in some sort of a knee-jerk reaction. Judiciary Committee member Ben Klein said similarly, I think the House Republicans are going to follow the facts wherever they lead. We'll make sure we have the facts. Now, in a statement following the vote, Biden accused Republicans of wasting time with political attacks and avoiding critical issues facing the nation. We have to address the situation at our southern border, and I'm determined to try to fix the problem. We need funding to strengthen border security, but Republican Congress won't act to help. Where is Joe coming from with this? You're trying to twist it. It's Republicans refusing to do anything about. Biden said he's also working to make sure inflation keeps going down and job growth keeps going up, but accused Congress again of refusing to help him. Instead of doing anything to help make Americans' lives better, they're focused on attacking me with lies instead of doing their job on the urgent work that needs to be done. They're choosing to waste time on this baseless political stunt that even Republicans in Congress admit is not supported by facts. I don't think the White House anticipated there would be no opposition, even leading up to the vote. I think the Speaker said that he was aware of. There would be possibly one, maybe two Republicans, who those might have been, that may have voted no. Ultimately, none did. So that's where things stand. You can't help but wonder, though, Hunter failing to show up for his deposition was, if there was anyone on the fence in regards to possibly voting no on the inquiry, is that the final straw that broke the camel's back, convincing them something's just not right here. Let me see quickly as we roll toward news break here. Eskimo mom, in reference to the fatal incident on I-70, she said easiest way to get around that mess on 70 is going eastbound Indiana 1 north to US 35 south, or westbound US 35 north to Indiana 1 south. US 40 takes you through Richmond. But okay, thanks for the heads up there. See if we can learn a bit more on that. But Tonight's the night. This week's Geminid meteor shower expected to be one of the most impressive of the year, according to astronomers. This stellar show, peaking tonight, could produce up to 150 shooting stars per hour. Differing colors. Some could be white, some yellow, even some appearing in a green sort of hue. But as dramatic as that might be, it cannot hold a candle to that historic Leonid meteor shower back in 1833, the night of November 12 into the 13. So many meteors burned up in the atmosphere that at the time people it turned the night sky almost into a morning sky. Many people thought the end was nigh. The world was ending at the time. I'll delve a little more into that historic night coming up here. First, let's take care of top of the hour news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden has concluded a private White House meeting with the families of 8 Americans previously held hostage by Hamas.
We are here because the president and his team have been bringing out light in this dark time.
The hostages were among the 240 individuals taken during Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel. Following a 7-day ceasefire, Hamas released over 100 hostages, but approximately 140 individuals are still held captive. According to a U.S. defense official, an American warship intercepted and shot down a drone believed to be launched from a Houthi-controlled area in Yemen. The incident occurred Wednesday morning local time, and the warship took defensive action as the unmanned aerial vehicle was headed in the direction of the ship. The USS Mason was responding to reports of commercial oil tankers being attacked by Houthi forces when it engaged the drone. Details about the specific commercial vessel under attack remains unclear. The House is currently discussing the resolution to authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden before a floor vote. During his address on the House floor, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio asserted that the inquiry is crucial to examine credible allegations of wrongdoing during Biden's tenure as vice president.
You got a politician who does certain things. Those actions then benefit his family financially, and then there's an effort to conceal it and sweep it under the rug.
In contrast, Democrats maintain that there is no evidence of wrongdoing by Biden. Elon Musk is launching a STEM-focused high school in the Austin area, investing $100 million of his own funds, according to tax filings revealed by Bloomberg News. After relocating to Texas during the pandemic, Musk envisions expanding the initiative into a university dedicated to top-tier education, indicating an initial class size of around 4 dozen students. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The federal election interference case against former President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. has been temporarily stayed by U.S. District Judge Tanya Kutkin while the appeals process unfolds. Trump's lawyers sought the stay, and though special counsel Jack Smith's team opposed a complete halt, certain filings may proceed to maintain the March 4 trial date. The judge clarified that the delay doesn't affect enforcement of the limited gag order, protective orders, or Trump's release conditions. The Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. is featuring a portrait of Oprah Winfrey, created by Chicago-based artist Sean Michael Warren. The full-length artwork depicts Winfrey in a floor-length purple gown holding an olive branch on her estate in Montecito, California. The renowned talk show host attended the unveiling ceremony this morning. Federal Reserve policymakers are maintaining current interest rates as announced by Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Powell noted it as good news that the easing has occurred without a substantial rise in unemployment.
We're fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all.
This decision marks the third consecutive meeting in which the central bank has opted to defer interest rate hikes. The choice to keep interest rates unchanged follows the Fed's efforts over the past 2 years to address inflation by raising rates. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Welcome aboard. If you're just joining us, we're kicking off a Thursday. Make our way to the 14th day of December. And just in case you missed it, if you are a Tesla owner, Elon Musk would like you to pay attention, please, as his company is recalling nearly all the vehicles they've sold in the U.S., upwards of 2 million units, across its model lineup to address defective software designed to ensure drivers are engaged when they use the autopilot feature. The Associated Press reported documents posted this past day by safety regulators say the company will send out a software update to fix the monitoring problems. This after a 2-year investigation by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration into a series of crashes that occurred while the autopilot partially automated driving system was in use. While this autopilot system, as we know, is meant to keep the vehicle in its lane, drivers are nonetheless instructed, keep your hands on the wheel at all times, observe road conditions. Research shows drivers using the autopilot look away from the road a lot more often, as many believe their cars will drive themselves, which can lead to accidents. Some have been deadly, but this recall covers models Y, S, 3, and X. We're talking vehicles produced between October 5 of 2012 and December 7th of this year. I mean, almost all of them. Nonetheless, the software update includes additional controls and alerts to further encourage the driver to adhere to you have continuous driving responsibility. Now, they said the update was sent or slated to be sent to certain affected vehicles on Tuesday of this week. A couple days ago, the rest will be getting that on a latter date, according, again, to the documents seen by the Associated Press. One other issue when it comes to electric vehicles. Yes, it's another setback to the president's green energy agenda. Ford Motor Company is cutting production of its all-electric F-150 Lightning pickup truck in half as the auto industry grapples with the lack of demand. It's just not working, Joe. The report from Automotive News details a planning memo from Ford executives sent to their suppliers indicating that Ford will now only produce about 1,600 F-150 Lightning trucks at the Rogue Electric Vehicle Center in Dearborn, Michigan. That weekly production total is half what Ford executives had initially planned to produce, suggesting demand among Americans for the EV is forcing nearly every automaker in the country to cut back. Automotive News says Ford Motor Company dialing back planned output of the F-150 Lightning by half next year, changing market demand. A big pullback of their high-profile nameplate that they spent most of this year working to build in larger numbers. According to the planning memo, Ford has told suppliers prepare for average volume of about 1,600 Lightnings a week. Starting in January of next year, it had planned to assemble an average of 3,200 a week with an annual goal. The plan was 150,000 vehicles. Does this mean we're going to see maybe cutbacks in jobs? You're cutting your assembly in half. Yeah, surely you won't need all those employees. Now, output of gasoline-powered pickups at plants in Michigan and Missouri is expected to be essentially unchanged. Already, Ford announced that it was cutting jobs and financial investment at their EV battery plant set for Marshall, Michigan. That was a partnership with China's contemporary Amperex technology company that was initially going to create 2,500 jobs, $3.5 billion in investment. Now the plant will create only 800 jobs, $2.5 billion in investment. cutting scheduled production of the batteries by about 40%. Yes, the lack of demand for EVs, a major issue for Biden as he campaigns on having passed the Inflation Reduction Act, imposing mandates on the consumers, trying to essentially force electrification of the auto industry. Of course, the report last month, car dealers all over the country so concerned with their EV sales that they have urged the president to revise his mandates. The reality is electric vehicle demand is not keeping up with the influx that is arriving at our dealerships. Our lots are stacking up with EVs. With each passing day, it becomes more apparent that this attempted electric vehicle mandate is unrealistic based on current and forecast consumer demand. Electric vehicles stacking up on our lots, that's our best indicator of customer demand in the marketplace. At the same time, the bombshell Consumer Reports survey recently revealed that EVs spur nearly 80% more problems for car owners versus their gasoline-powered vehicles with the traditional internal combustion engine. We had also shared that Consumer Reports breakdown here, I think a couple of weeks ago. Pappy on board. I see you got the fire roaring there in the iron stove. What's happening?
Yes, sir. What's happening, Steve? 2 words, Steve. Handcuffs and shackles.
Handcuffs and shackles. Okay.
Yes, sir. Hey, time to fight fire with fire, Steve. They want to lock up Stephen K. Bannon, Peter Navarro, among others, including their attorneys, for not showing up. It's handcuffs and shackles for Hunter, Steve. They better go through with this. They better go through with that, man.
I mean, everyone was assuming that after he made that, that unexpected appearance at the Capitol, they were still setting. They thought, okay, maybe he's going to go from there and then show up for the deposition and promptly go in and plead the fifth or say he can't speak about it because he's under indictment. But no show. He's out of here.
Dems are melting down, Steve. They are melting down. Have you heard some of the rhetoric coming out of their mouths?
I stayed awake long enough to see Hunter appear and then waited. I guess it was maybe at the top of the hour, a few minutes after. I said, okay, screw it. I went to bed. So, no, I haven't really. What has the Democrats' response been?
Well, it's not so much specifically Hunter's deal. They're just turning around on Trump. When you listen, Steve, when we talk about elections and Biden, we say, we got to win, man. We got to vote. We got to get out and vote. We can't let this guy win. I saw a montage of the left communist media and the people they're having on there talking about how Trump must be stopped, how he must not be allowed to even run.
Yep.
That he's a dictator. He's going to burn the Constitution under no circumstances. Can we let him win? Under no circumstances. Steve, they're melting down, man. You know what? We're fighting fire with fire, and they don't like it. One of them even said, "Hey, they're doing to us what we did to them."
Well, is that what it is?
So, yeah, man. Bongino's got a statement. In fact, I bought one of his T-shirts. Cutesy time is over. They don't want to play fair with us. Why should we play fair with them? That's always been these rhino Republicans. Just take the high road, be the nice guy. You know, you're in a boxing match. You got gloves on. They don't have any gloves on, and they're wailing chains at you. And you look at the referee like, hey, this ain't fair, and he just shrugs his shoulders, man. Take the gloves off, man. Fire with fire. Steve, I saw a couple videos. I hate to keep bringing Bongino up, but man, I'm telling you, he was talking about his digital currency and social score. So he brought up some videos straight out of China. So there was an American over there, and he said, let me show you what happens if you jaywalk in China.
Mm-hmm.
So he jaywalked, and when he got to the end of the street, walked onto the sidewalk, there's this big camera system.
Yep.
With like these big screens. Did you see this?
I have seen something similar where he's immediate, like his face, his photo shows up,
yep.
And they're publicly shaming him.
Yes, sir. Then there was a guy trying to get on a train. He's trying to buy a train ticket. He goes up to buy a ticket, and they say, yeah, your score dropped, pal. Your social score went down. You are unable to buy this train ticket. And what was funny, Steve, it didn't even piss him off. He was like, well, I guess I got to bring my social score up.
And that means what?
Comments about the government.
So you can't get a train ticket. Can he subsequently? What is he supposed to ride a bike, or is he allowed to get a taxi? Or
this is how they can control you, Steve. They followed him for a couple of days, and he finally got his social score up, and he went up to buy the ticket, and he was so excited. The government's allowing me to ride a train, man. Steve, it gets even better. Are you sitting down?
I am, yes. Luckily, maybe.
I don't have you on the screen. So they had showed a guy wanting to use a public restroom in China. In order to get the doors to open, Steve, you had to stick your face in the camera.
Mm-hmm. Facial recognition. And they know your social score.
Recognition. So, Steve, once you're in there, depending on what you're in there for, whether you just drank too much beer, right, or maybe you ate something that didn't really agree with you.
Yeah.
You got to stick your face in the camera inside the stall to get tissue paper. Did you hear what I just said, Steve?
And depending,
this is on camera.
So depending on what your social score, you might get a couple of strips or a couple of pieces. If you've really got a problem, you may be out of luck. You might be having to wipe with your undies or something.
Hell, man! It gives you a length of toilet paper, and if it ain't enough, you got to stick your face in there again. Then they showed this line of kids in school. It's lunchtime, Steve. Line up. Stick your faces in that camera before you're allowed to eat. Unbelievable, Steve, that, the chances, are slim of this
coming here, you would think, but
coming here. But, Steve, they are trying to totally control the population. And it's happening in China.
So I've seen some of what you're talking about. Did they like maybe interview any of the people? Do they like living there? Because is it like a privilege to live in that so-called digital city? Because you might have more opportunities, or are they reluctant and don't like living there?
Steve, it's because they don't know any better, right? They have no idea what it's like to live in a free nation. So anytime the government allows them to do something, they are thankful for the government. They are allowing me to do this. Absolutely, coming to a city near you if we don't straighten things out.
So this, I presume they don't have any such thing as people going in and deciding they're going to steal $700 worth of merchandise and get a misdemeanor.
No, Steve. And here's the thing. When they talk about a social score over there, they're talking about, you know how we got a credit score here in the United States. It's all based on your ability to get a loan and pay back your loan, right? So it's a financial credit score. Over in China, it's a life score. It's how you behave yourself. If you don't behave yourself over there, it damages your credit score. Steve, you could have somebody really wealthy have a 900 credit score here in the United States. Let's say they got a lot of traffic tickets, maybe a DUI arrest, who knows what else, some minor criminal situations, and guess what? His 900 credit score just went down below 600. They base it on, it's a life credit score.
So when you go to the grocery, if you're buying a bunch of junk food and sugary sodas and not eating healthy, that's a negative. If you're the individual that maybe purchases a pack of Camel filters every day and a 6-pack of beer, you're drinking too much, you're smoking. Hey, bad, negative. But they're monitoring every damn thing you do.
Everything, Steve. You know how we talk about the digital cash here? That's how it is over there. It's implemented in China. That's where they're getting this at. And some of the stuff you just talked about, this is what the World Economic Forum, they're looking at China's got the best model for this. Not only that, Steve, you just explained the carbon credits. You ate too many hamburgers. You're only allowed 5 hamburgers in a month period. If you eat more than 5, you went over your carbon limit, man. You go to swipe your card for the next time you buy that hamburger. Sorry, you ain't allowed to have it.
It's tofu this time.
I think I said something a couple weeks ago. You Philip be in trouble, man, if they started monitoring your miles that you drive to work. You're only allotted so many miles a week. You're emitting too much fumes.
Absolutely, your
carbon credit, Steve, is going to go down if you drive over that limit. And guess what? You take your digital card and go swipe it at the gas pump, and it says, "Nah, you're over your limit." Sorry, pal. Oh, but you could buy them back, though, Steve. Apparently, I think Bongino brought this up. Say your social credit score is low, and you've been wanting to take a trip.
Yeah.
But they're saying, hey, your credit score, man, your carbon's way up there. We're not going to allow you to take this trip. We're not going to allow you to purchase some tickets, or we're not going to allow you to drive your car from here to Florida. But I'll tell you what, $10,000, you can buy some of your credit score back, Steve.
How about some indentured servant labor, maybe? How many hours do you have to work? You're going to donate some of your time and do some hard labor for us to earn some points?
There you go. All right, Steve. Man, I appreciate you taking the call. I've been having some things dwelling in my head for a week or two. I might call back tomorrow and try to write some of my thoughts down on paper. Maybe share them with you tomorrow.
Good deal.
Pretty much a lot about what we're talking about right now, but I know Otto Pappy and his daggone conspiracy theories again.
Hey, but what you're saying, that is real. It's not everywhere you go in China, but yes, there are certain places, I don't know what they call them, but they call them digital cities or what they're referred to. But yeah, you got to have the facial recognition to get through the turnstiles to go from point A to point B.
Yes, sir. And it's all about controlling you. Not enough, Steve, that these political figures and these other globalists have wealth and power, but they want power over you. They want power over us. Right? Like that abusive boyfriend. That controlling, abusive boyfriend that beats his girlfriend, beats her into submission.
Yep. You will do as I say, or you will be punished, and you will accept it. Scary stuff, huh? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The White House appears to be clarifying President Biden's recent comments on Israel.
He was expressing concerns that we continue to see civilian casualties in Gaza. And again, that we want to make sure, as they work to minimize, that they actually have those kinds of results.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby did not explicitly state whether the U.S. believes Israel is carrying out indiscriminate bombing or following international law. The New York Attorney General's case against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization for financial fraud is wrapping up. Attorney General Letitia James accuses them of inflating financial statements by billions of dollars. House Democrats say there are absolutely no grounds to move forward with the impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
They have no evidence of him committing any offense, much less an impeachable offense.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. A 3-week recess about to get underway for the holidays. Biden's adamant about getting his billions of dollars for Ukraine, Israel, and it looks like they're, with their back against the wall. They have no way of getting it done unless they allow some of these border demands to be met along the U.S.-Mexico border, as urgency is setting in. Racing to lock in a deal in principle with key Senate negotiators, according to several familiar with the plans. There's a core negotiating group that includes Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who departed the Capitol Wednesday evening after making progress, but without the principles of a deal finalized. As the details emerge, advocates for immigrants and members of the Biden's Democrat Party fretting about some of these policies being discussed. Some demonstrated at the Capitol saying this is going back to the hardline border policies of Trump. But there's not much time to reach an agreement. Biden wants $110 billion for Ukraine, Israel, and other national security needs. As we know, the Republicans are demanding we do something with our own border. Schumer this past evening, Chuck Schumer said talks are continuing. But among the proposals being seriously discussed, according to several familiar with the private talks, are plans to allow Homeland Security officials to stop migrants from applying for asylum at the U.S. southern border if the number of total crossings exceeds daily capacity of roughly 5,000. We've seen one-day totals this year exceeding 10,000. Also under discussion are proposals to detain people claiming asylum at the border, including families with children, potentially with electronic monitoring systems. Negotiators are also eyeing ways to allow authorities to quickly remove migrants who've been in the U.S. for less than 2 years, even if they're far from the borders. But those removals would only extend to people who either have not claimed asylum or were not approved to enter the asylum system. Now, these are similar to policies that Donald Trump's administration tried to implement to cut border crossings. Many of them were successfully challenged in courts, though. If Congress were to make them law, though, it would give these immigration advocates very little as far as legal ground to challenge these restrictions. Advocates for immigrants warned of a return to the anti-immigration policies, questioning whether they would even address problems at the border. The American Civil Liberties Union director said, "I never would have imagined that in a moment where we have a Democrat Senate and Democrat White House, we're actually coming to the table proposing some of the most draconian immigration policies that there have ever been." Senate negotiators also found some agreement on raising the threshold for people to claim asylum in initial credible fear screenings. Chris Murphy of Connecticut, one of the key Democrat negotiators, said it should be no surprise there are Democrats unhappy about some of the provisions being discussed, which is why they need a balanced agreement. I'd just say that it's clear. We've got a lot of Democrat votes and a lot of Republicans. We've got to get, I should say, a lot of Democrat votes and Republicans in order to pass this. That means making sure it's a fair agreement. Republicans discussed the White House's proposal at a lunchtime meeting, expressed a bit of optimism that the administration was directly involved in trying to shape something, but many senators said there's simply not enough time to iron this out. Nobody's written anything up. It's all just concepts right now. The deal has not come together. Senate's most ardent supporters of Ukraine urging congressional leaders to keep lawmakers in Washington until something is passed. One group of Democrat senators met in Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell's office this past afternoon. Michael Bennet, a Colorado Democrat who organized the meeting, emerged. He simply said it was a productive session. In a separate meeting, Mayorkas met for roughly 2 hours at the Capitol with a core negotiating group, the second day in a row that the cabinet secretary traveled to the Capitol. But there are still issues remain as far as coming up with any kind of an agreement. All they're saying is, we've made a little bit of progress, but it is 844-844-3388. What's going on, 5-7? Hey there.
I know, it just sort of gets you aggravated because there's no evidence, no proof, no evidence. Okay, well, let's just get it on down there and lay it out there. There's no evidence for any crimes. Not to mention that, Hunter was in that oil company that was being investigated, and Biden, to use taxpayer money to threaten to get the man fired. But there's no evidence.
Right.
We've heard some of the companies that Hunter's been representing in China, dual purpose, sound deadening paint for automobiles that can be used in submarines that is illegal to use to sell. That's something that needs to be checked out. Like you said, he already said that Daddy was, involved, but not financially or whatever. And that's, lying to the American people. What about all them, no evidence of bank records I mean, and they got all these bank records, but then they keep saying no evidence. But what are bank records? Seems like that's evidence
right
for the whole family. So, so good. Let's just sit down and figure all this stuff out. I mean, excuse me, it's not like we're talking about P-gate, where Donald Trump supposedly had prostitutes peeing on him in Russia, and of all these, I think we got more evidence than they had, and I differ with that Democrat that said they're doing the same thing we did to them.
No, because what they did was without evidence. I mean, you had Adam Schiff claiming I've got it, never presented it, and he didn't have it. I mean, they're actually presenting evidence, but the White House continues to withhold hundreds and thousands of documents that would actually clear up the scenario. Then we know the truth.
Yeah, we know the truth. That's it. That's the difference between what they did to the Republicans and us, and we're doing to them, is we're carrying the truth. And, let chips find where it may, and I still want them to start open up that kitty they've got for all the sexual predators in the Congress. Open that up, and you don't have to tell who the victims were, but find out what congressman got involved in that, had to use taxpayers' funds to pay people for their misbehavior. And I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican in that mess. Need to clean that rat hole up. But, hey, we wouldn't be here today unless we went out and voted. And bottom line is yeah, we need Trump in there. But you better vote for the House and in the Senate. You better make sure that you're voting for them too. So I disagree if anybody says our vote ain't worth nothing, because they spend a lot of money trying to take my vote away from me, so it don't count. Or they're still spending a lot of money, and including our Republican friends. They must believe in the vote because they're spending a ton of money trying to get into that office. So when they don't care about our vote, they'll quit worrying about spending the money to get us to do anything, and that's when I'll get worried. So other than that, great show this morning. I'm going to sit back, topic mail, and deliver this second load to Savannah. I don't think I'm going to get to see anything because it looks like we got overcast skies. I haven't seen any stars yet. Other than that, hey, I'm facing the right direction.
Okay, right. Just don't be driving down the interstate with your head out the window looking at the sky, right? That's just not a good idea. Could cause a problem. Yeah, at this point, I've been looking. I'm yet to see the first Geminid. I don't know. I don't have the darkest of skies outside the bunker. A lot of light pollution. I think there's a kind of a light cloud cover out there. You can see the brightest stars, but I don't think the Geminids are notorious for a lot of the fireballs. It's mostly just the fast moving. If you're not looking at the exact moment, in the blink of an eye, they'll burn up just like that, and you missed it. Hey, Pappy brought up the idea of they're in China. Hey, you can't have more than 5 hamburgers per week or per month, whatever it's going to be, because cows, flatulence, carbon emissions, your climate score. Now, I like a good burger as much as anyone. I've never had an In-N-Out burger. They're supposed to be one of the best, right? You ever had one? I don't care how good a burger's going to be. I'm the kind of person, if I get in line at Wendy's and there's 4 or 5 cars in front of me, once I've sat there 10 minutes, I'm like, screw this. How many hours would you be willing to wait in line to get a burger? Fast food fans literally camping out in freezing cold weather, waiting in 8-hour-long lines for a meal at the newest In-N-Out burger. Are you kidding me? The iconic West Coast burger joint opened its first Idaho location which would be their 400th store, on Tuesday after months of anticipation. In-N-Out, beloved for offering affordable, highly customizable meals that center around their craveable burgers and fries. Mostly recognized by West Coast residents, they've had great success since opening locations in Colorado, Utah, and Texas. But on Tuesday, In-N-Out finally crossed the Idaho border with the new restaurant in Meridian, a suburb of the capital, Boise. Fans parking their cars in the drive-thru, sleeping in freezing weather, just to avoid the onslaught that was to come the next morning. According to the Idaho statement, some people, like Diego Lopez, actually woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning to drive over and was shocked to discover the mass of people already waiting for the 9 a.m. opening time. Lopez, who actually works at an In-N-Out in California, told the local paper he was expected to be the first customer that morning. There's already more than 50 people camping out, he said. Video from the local ABC affiliate showed tents pitched by eager customers in the parking lot. One of them even brought a fire pit to keep warm in the 30-degree weather. Campers bundled up in coats and hoods. Some actually spent the night sitting in chairs with their bodies covered in blankets, waiting for an In-N-Out burger. I'll tell you what, when the hype's all over, I'll maybe get in line like a normal individual and get me an In-N-Out burger. It's not like it's the new iPhone. And even for that, people that wait in line for the latest video game to come out. Or, remember like when the latest rendition, the latest installment of, say, a Star Wars was going to be coming out on DVD. So if you could actually buy it and watch it at home, people would literally camp out waiting for the midnight hour to roll around to be the first. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, hope your week's going well. We're rolling into what do we got here? Thursday morning coming on. Now, let me go ahead and give you a heads up advance notice. For those up and down the East Coast, things going to get potentially kind of ugly again. Compliments of Mother Nature this weekend. Yeah, the next storm going to offer one of the more prolonged stretches before this next storm. You've enjoyed several days, nearly a week of pretty quiet weather. Sunshine here for your Thursday. Temperatures go from chilly to rather mild by Friday and Saturday. The high-pressure system moves off the coast, tries to pump in some warmer air from the south. That high-pressure system is going to set up a gradient with lower pressure in the southeast, which is going to bring heavy rain, gusty winds, and some coastal hazards there through Saturday. During the storm, another bout of heavy rain, wind, coastal impacts, almost a week to the day after the last storm brought rough conditions to the mid-Atlantic. This weekend and early next week, we're anticipating the same. There is still a bit of uncertainty. The forecast could change a bit in the coming days as far as the exact track of this storm. Confidence, though, is growing for a significant rain and wind event, especially from the Chesapeake Bay area to most of southern New England. The storm's going to take shape over the eastern Gulf of Mexico, Florida, portions of the southeast. You're going to be first to feel the impacts. Heavy rain, maybe even severe thunderstorms, and coastal flooding. Later Friday into Saturday. Forecasters even monitoring the potential for this to become maybe tropical. Despite the fact that the Atlantic hurricane season ended a couple weeks ago, there at the end of November, there is a slight chance this could acquire some tropical characteristics due to the time it spends over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico late this week. Then moisture surges up the East Coast later in the weekend. Mid-Atlantic by later Sunday, on up into New England by Sunday night. Fall rain will be falling heavy at times. We'll see some flooding issues, especially along and east of that I-95 corridor. Some flooding concerns have been elevated in the wake of the heavy rain from this past weekend, where 2 to 5 inches of rain was pretty common from the Virginia Tidewater region to eastern New England. Anywhere from the Carolinas to the interior mid-Atlantic and the Delmarva Peninsula should see some of the heaviest rounds of rain to wrap up the weekend. Say Sunday night, rainfall totals will be several inches. As that storm moves a bit further north, downpours could dramatically impact the morning commutes Monday from Philly to New York, the tri-state area, on into New England. And there will again be a lot of winds with this storm, especially near the coast, which could bring more beach erosion and coastal flooding. Now, unlike last weekend's storm that brought up to a foot of snow in the interior Northeast, the winter weather aspect of this storm should be limited because there's not going to be a whole lot of cold air in place for this particular system. Once you get through this, after this storm, because we're talking about next week, here's the last, we're beginning to run up to Christmas weekend. Should see a return to quieter weather in that run up to Christmas. If you're planning some early travel before the Christmas holiday, or maybe you have some flexibility to wait until that storm passes by early next week, you may want to do that. Now, by the middle and end of the week, high pressure should again be in place. So much quieter weather for much of the east, leading up to our Christmas weekend into a Christmas Monday. About 5 before the hour, so I'll tell you what, let's get through our top of the hour news break. We'll check in with Eagle, Horse Feathers Online, or Horse Brothers, whoever that might be. And room for you at 844-844-3388. I believe it was it Rubber Duck earlier this week that had brought up the fact of the big explosion that occurred during that severe weather, the tornado, one of the tornadoes that was occurring in Tennessee this past weekend, where at least 6 died, 23 injured. 130-mile-an-hour winds carving out a nearly 30-mile swath through the heart of Hendersonville, just north of downtown Nashville. Some pretty remarkable video showing up on social media after the storm's lifting, including one of a driver who unwittingly found herself actually inside an EF3 tornado in Clarksville, about 45 miles to the northwest. But maybe one of the most staggering videos was the explosion that occurred at the Nashville Electric Power Station, which accompanied the Hendersonville tornado's passage directly overhead. As the tornado's rolling funnel chews through the neighborhoods, a brilliant orange fireball appears. Flames leap into the air, disappearing from bottom to top, a moment later being replaced by the dense black smoke. Nashville Electric Service posted on X, they said, "We can confirm the now viral video showing the fireball in the sky during Middle Tennessee's violent, catastrophic tornadoes last weekend was indeed NES power equipment at our North substation." And for a moment, the video captures footage of the vortex of the tornado appearing to kind of disappear as that fireball explodes, but it really doesn't. They kind of explain tornadoes themselves are technically invisible. The definition of a tornado is just a rapidly rotating column of air extending vertically from surface to the base of the cloud. But what you're seeing when you can physically see it is the moisture, or in some cases the debris, the dust, the dirt, or whatever it might be wrapping into those winds. We'll take care of a news break on a Thursday morning. 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden has concluded a private White House meeting with the families of 8 Americans previously held hostage by Hamas.
We are here because the president and his team have been bringing out light in this dark time.
The hostages were among the 240 individuals taken during Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel. Following a 7-day ceasefire, Hamas released over 100 hostages, but approximately 140 individuals are still held captive. According to a U.S. defense official, an American warship intercepted and shot down a drone believed to be launched from a Houthi-controlled area in Yemen. The incident occurred Wednesday morning local time, and the warship took defensive action as the unmanned aerial vehicle was headed in the direction of the ship. The USS Mason was responding to reports of commercial oil tankers being attacked by Houthi forces when it engaged the drone. Details about the specific commercial vessel under attack remains unclear. The House is currently discussing the resolution to authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden before a floor vote. During his address on the House floor, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio asserted that the inquiry is crucial to examine credible allegations of wrongdoing during Biden's tenure as vice president.
You got a politician who does certain things. Those actions then benefit his family financially, and then there's an effort to conceal it and sweep it under the rug.
In contrast, Democrats maintain that there is no evidence of wrongdoing by Biden. Elon Musk is launching a STEM-focused high school in the Austin area, investing $100 million of his own funds, according to tax filings revealed by Bloomberg News. After relocating to Texas during the pandemic, Musk envisions expanding the initiative into a university dedicated to top-tier education, indicating an initial class size of around 4 dozen students. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The federal election interference case against former President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. has been temporarily stayed by U.S. District Judge Tanya Kutkin while the appeals process unfolds. Trump's lawyers sought the stay, and though special counsel Jack Smith's team opposed a complete halt, certain filings may proceed to maintain the March 4 trial date. The judge clarified that the delay doesn't affect enforcement of the limited gag order, protective orders, or Trump's release conditions. The Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. is featuring a portrait of Oprah Winfrey, created by Chicago-based artist Sean Michael Warren. The full-length artwork depicts Winfrey in a floor-length purple gown holding an olive branch on her estate in Montecito, California. The renowned talk show host attended the unveiling ceremony this morning. Federal Reserve policymakers are maintaining current interest rates as announced by Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Powell noted it as good news that the easing has occurred without a substantial rise in unemployment.
We're fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all.
This decision marks the third consecutive meeting in which the central bank has opted to defer interest rate hikes. The choice to keep interest rates unchanged follows the Fed's efforts over the past 2 years to address inflation by raising rates. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
welcome back. Another hour. A couple of industry headlines. It was, I guess you'd call it a sticky mess. As a load of Mountain Dew and Pepsi spilled on a highway in Virginia Wednesday morning. A wreck involving a single semi-truck. Norfolk, Virginia, I-64, about 7:30 this past morning. According to the local ABC affiliate, the semi was headed east when it struck multiple concrete barriers near the Tidewater Drive exit. Police say the wreck ripped open the trailer and the fuel tank, ultimately leaving soda bottles and diesel fuel strewn across the road. Cause of the accident not clear, and that's about all the info they had on that. Looking to address truck parking. Indiana becomes the latest as they've unveiled a truck parking plan to use $600 million over the next decade to facilitate the building of more than 1,000 parking spaces. Now, 1,000 spaces in 10 years, that's like 100 a year. Doesn't sound like much to me. You can get 100 spots with the opening of a new Love's Travel Center. Either way, over the past year, the state of Indiana has experienced several wrecks involving tractor trailers parked along exit ramps due to the lack of parking. Now, Indiana's DOT has come up with a rather extensive plan they hope will help solve the problem. I think a lot more than this is going to need to be done. According to the local WTHR affiliate, the plan will span over the next decade, using up to $600 million to improve 21 rest areas and welcome centers, adding more than 1,100 truck parking spots to the existing 1,400 in the state right now. A new welcome center with truck parking along I-65 in northwest Indiana has already been opened as part of the previous 2-year, $40 million rest area project. 1,400 truck parking spot plan expected to be completed by the end of 2034. Man, it takes an awful lot of time to build some truck parking. It doesn't seem like it's that much, but... Well, Eagle, on this Thursday morning, how we doing, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
What's going on? We got you.
Yeah, Steve, I'm going to start off tonight talking about a little bit of sports, and then I'll move on to the Hunter Biden situation. Hey, listen, Steve, I think I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about this guy in the NBA, this guy named Draymond Green with the Golden State Warriors. Okay, now, this guy here, just a day ago, I don't know if you've seen what this guy did, but I think he needs to be suspended for the rest of the year. This guy here reared back and sucker punched another basketball, hit him right in the face, and almost knocked him out cold right in the middle of a ball game. He just coming back from a suspension where he had choked the man a couple of weeks before that. He choked the guy out, and then the year before that, he stepped on a man's chest, and that's just some of the things that he's done. This guy's clearly out of control, Steve. He's clearly out of control. You know, he's putting his hands on other players, and that's not a good look for the NBA. So today, the NBA came out with late this afternoon that he is indefinitely suspended, which means that he has no timetable of when he can come back, and that's a good thing, because this guy's making a lot of money. Hopefully that he doesn't get paid a damn dime while he's out, because he doesn't deserve a dime. Well, and that'll make him think about what he's done if he's even allowed to play again. But you just can't have guys hitting people. If you get a chance to see this video, Steve, it's not good what this guy did. It's not a good look. Yeah. If you get a chance, it's on the YouTube, or you could check it out on the internet during the break. but it's not. It doesn't look good at all. And then the sad part about it, you know, after he hit the man, he didn't even try to help the guy get up off the ground and help the guy. Nothing. He just looked down at him and walked off. So it's clear that this guy has a real problem, you know, that when he wants to put his hands on other players. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks with this guy.
Hey, I just got an email from Shorty. I guess maybe this just came out. Let's see, published December. So I guess this past evening it says Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green faces an indefinite suspension after his latest ejection from a game. The NBA suspended Green after he hit Phoenix Sun center who had Nurkic Tuesday night. ESPN added Green. Warriors are expected to meet today, Thursday, to discuss a counseling plan to get Green some help. So indefinite suspension. He got it. Yeah, he definitely deserved that, man. Like I say, Steve, you get a chance to check out this video, take a look at it because it's not good at all the way. He sucker punched this guy. This guy wasn't even expected to get hit. And the sad part about it, he didn't do nothing wrong. That's the sad part about the deal. He hit the man for no reason. So, like I say, hopefully he'll be suspended for the rest of the year. And so that's the official word there. And I think did we lose connection with Eagle there? Let's see if we can get him back here real quick. In the meantime, it is 844-3388. Got a Thursday coming on here, and
audio recording is
okay. He should be back.
No, this guy here, he's had trouble. He's been in trouble even before Joe Biden got in the White House. And if the attorney, if the DOJ would have done their job, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now. He should have already been found guilty of something, because this guy here has clearly shown what his past is, and like I said, we'll see if anything comes about with his situation. But maybe after Biden leaves, well, like I say, it looks like I say, Biden's probably gonna have to pardon this guy. I think that's the only reason he's hanging around. We'll see in the coming weeks. Naturally, Joe Biden playing Mr. Innocent. He takes the attitude at a press conference today. They asked questions about has he done anything. Naturally, he's gonna get upset with the reporters and not want to answer their questions. But it's obvious what's going on with good old Joe Biden. And like I say, anybody that don't think this is blackmail, Steve, with the old boy that coming over here from Ukraine, this guy here, he has some dirty information on good old Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is handing over that money way, way too easy, Steve. He didn't get, all this military goods. Something is not adding up between these two guys, between Biden and this Lazinski guy. Something is just not at. Mm-hmm. Where are the other countries at? Like I heard another guy say, Steve, how come he's not flying to other countries asking them for money? Why is the United States the only one that he's concerned with getting money from? That's what people need to ask the question. How come he didn't fly into Canada? How come he didn't fly into Germany or some of these, Australia? How come he didn't fly to these countries and with his hand out asking for money from them? So, like I said, Joe Biden and him got something going on, and it needs to be found out what's going on, because it doesn't take that much. What is the amount now, Steve? I think I heard somebody say it's in the billions of dollars that we have gave this guy. You know what the amount is that we're giving this guy?
The latest number I saw is we've already given about $100 billion, and Biden, he wants another $60 billion with this latest request.
That's ridiculous, Steve. Over $1 billion. People have to realize how much money this is. This is totally ridiculous. The amount of, and how long has this war been going on? About 2 years. He has given this man over $1 billion.
$100 billion.
In less than
$100 billion.
Huh?
$100 billion.
$100 billion. That's a damn shame. That's a lot of money, Steve. It makes no sense. The money just needs to come to a stop. I don't understand it. And and then here's the sad part about the whole deal, Steve, is that when the Republicans tried to work out a deal with him, the way that the Democrats used to do, Donald Trump was in the White House, they said, okay, well, we might give you the money, but how about you doing something about the southern border, my man? And Joe Biden had the nerve to say that he's not concerned with the southern border of the United States, where drugs are coming in, gang members, you name it. People, some of the worst people that you can even think about walking into the U.S. Joe Biden ain't wanting to put it. That's a damn shame, Steve. He ain't thinking about putting a dime to our own U.S. border, and he's giving this man over $100 billion. And I don't even want to think about how much money he don't set for the southern border. It ain't much. I guarantee you that. He ought to completely be ashamed of himself of what Joe Biden is doing, Steve. American people. That if that ain't enough to impeach this guy, I don't know what is. They got the nerve. That's why they had 100%, like you said at the beginning of your show, Steve. Every Republican voted for this impeachment deal on Biden because they know that this man is as crooked as they come. And the Democrats, if they had any spine in their back, they would have voted for the inquiry to go down to. I don't care if you're a Democrat or not. Joe Biden is as crooked as they come. And so if anybody had any doubts this week, like I keep telling you about Joe Biden, Steve, if anybody had any doubts about Joe Biden and his loyalty to America, once again, you've seen it over the last couple of days where he's rolling out the red carpet for Ukraine and throwing money down the drain to this guy and won't even spend money on his own country. If that ain't bad, I don't know what is. So anybody who steps into a voting booth, you ought to go in there with you remember a couple of years ago, Steve, when the New Orleans Saints, they were some of the worst football teams back in the 70s, 80s. People used to go to the football game with a grocery sack on their head and cut out some holes in it. That's the way a Democrat should go to the voting booth. When they go vote for Joe Biden this year, they just hide your face. Go to the grocery store and buy you some grocery bags and walk into the vote, because I wouldn't want nobody to see who I was, Steve. If I was a Democrat and I was walking into a voting booth, I wouldn't want nobody to see my face. I'd walk in there with a grocery bag over my head. So that's what the Democrats ought to go ahead and do, because anybody who's thinking about voting for Joe Biden is nothing but trash, just like him. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Look at it, 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Just say what's on your mind there. Not a problem. All right, we've got the LTL carrier XPO. They did pretty good on their bidding for the yellow terminals, and I guess they're pleased now that the judge announced on, Tuesday, approved pretty much all. I think there's 20 different companies that ultimately got a piece of the pie. One of the largest was the XPO, though. They say they're looking to deploy a once-in-a-generation acquisition of terminals. Tuesday, the Delaware bankruptcy judge approved the $870 million sale of 28 of Yellow's service centers to that company. One of roughly 20 deals struck at the auction of Yellow's real estate. In total, that first wave of sales, 133 terminals at a purchase price of $1.88 billion. XPO's CEO says in LTL, these assets don't come by very often. Referencing the anticipation addition of 120 acres in Carlisle, PA, near Interstates 81 and 76, as well as nearly 50 acres at a site on the outer loop west of Nashville, Tennessee. They're also taking on new terminals in other areas targeted for growth, like Atlanta, Columbus, Ohio, Indianapolis, Nogales, Arizona, among others. The acquisition agreement includes roughly 3,000 new doors compared to XPO's current about 17,000. In some areas, it'll only be replacing an existing site with a larger location. A new site in Brooklyn, New York will also increase their door count from 30 to about 75 doors there. Additional space in some markets is expected to improve dock efficiency and cut down on the number of times that a door needs to be turned each night, which means a reduction in paid hours. This will also allow XPO to reduce pedal time, or the distance between driver and freight in other cases. All told, Harks, he said the entire acquisition will net anywhere from 10 to 15% increase in door capacity across their network. I said the additional space will allow them to continue to improve their service offerings to customers and raise prices to levels commensurate with the upgrades. Last week, they said they achieved a record low for damage frequency during the first 2 months of the fourth quarter. We're incredibly excited about the outcome. We were able to get some large facilities, a lot of acreage, doors that will help us effectively grow in markets where we see demand growing over the next 10 years. XPO will phase the opening of these sites based on market demand and the readiness of the facilities. Some of them need repairs, all of which will need rebranding, and that's all going to occur through the upcoming year and into early 2025. It's not going to happen overnight, but he said this acquisition represents, this would be the equivalent to 5 to 10 years of their traditional facility growth plans, just like that. They still plan to add locations in other markets as demand dictates. So winner for XPO in that case, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Let's see what's going on with old Anonymous Hippopotamus this morning.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Good to talk to you. So anyways, since it turned your app on this morning there and pretty much couldn't hear it. I mean, I had the volume all the way up and just sitting at an idle in the truck and really, really hard to hear it. And switched over to Facebook and it was like twice as loud there, the volume. I had to cut the volume back in half just even. So I don't know what's up with your app, but I don't know if other people are having troubles with it. That's on the Android device, so I don't know if other people are still having troubles with it or not, but it doesn't like mine at least. If nothing else.
Okay.
So anyways. So last night you were touching on the what is they call that in the Tesla cars there, the auto drive or autopilot or
yes, autopilot. Mm-hmm.
So if you remember, I'm stuck driving whatever the speed limit is because the company we work for monitors our speed that we go, and they say we're not supposed to exceed the speed limit because of liability. Now, Tesla makes this car with this autopilot, and I don't know who sets. Apparently, it works kind of like cruise control, and I don't know who gets to determine what speed the car is going as it's going down the road. And apparently, its occupants can take a nap or go in the back and make a cup of coffee,
which
or
they're not
maybe,
supposed
maybe
to.
Go into
the biggest
maybe go in the back with
the biggest problem from the very beginning has been the title itself. Autopilot is. That is a misnomer, and I think that some have suggested that they should force them to change it. There is no mode where you're ever supposed to have your hands off the wheel or take your eyes off the road. But autopilot makes it sound like
you're not supposed to go in the back seat with your girlfriend,
right? Yes.
Yeah. But anyways, so to get back to this liability issue. Now, if Tesla's car knows how to get itself down the highway, and apparently is supposed to be able to recognize other vehicles other than a tractor trailer that's sideways in front of it, because and maybe a horse-drawn buggy. Did you see the one where the Tesla car couldn't figure out what to do with the horse-drawn buggy in front of it?
No,
didn't know what it was. Could not figure out what type of vehicle it was. It was searching its database, trying to figure out if it was a truck or a car or a moped or what it could possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so this liability issue, this car is supposed to be smart enough to get down the highway. Isn't it supposed to know what the speed limit is at that point? Because, I mean, I'm sitting here with Waze on. Waze tells me what the speed limit is where I'm driving. Now, why does it seem like when these accidents happen, these cars are at a high rate of speed, normally over top of what the posted speed limit is? And if that's the case, and there's this liability issue for being over the speed limit, does the liability issue fall on to the occupant of the vehicle that was supposedly supposed to be in attendance?
Right. I presume you've got your autopilot mode on, which is really just supposed to maintain your lane. But I guess you can set your cruise at whatever you're going to set it at, 70, 100, whatever. First, we got to get a news break.
USA News Update. The White House appears to be clarifying President Biden's recent comments on Israel.
He was expressing concerns that we continue to see civilian casualties in Gaza. And again, that we want to make sure, as they work to minimize, that they actually have those kinds of results.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby did not explicitly state whether the U.S. believes Israel is carrying out indiscriminate bombing or following international law. The New York Attorney General's case against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization for financial fraud is wrapping up. Attorney General Letitia James accuses them of inflating financial statements by billions of dollars. House Democrats say there are absolutely no grounds to move forward with the impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
They have no evidence of him committing any offense, much less an impeachable offense.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Busy time of year. Package delivery guys, boy. And gals, I know. Yeah, 2 of the 3 major parcel delivery carriers have actually set multi-year records for delivery performance. Thus far, we're talking Black Friday, Cyber Monday, through that cycle. Helped a bit by less delivery demand and moves by 2 of the carriers to add an extra day to their holiday schedules. According to the data published this week, according to the data, UPS posted a 98% on-time delivery performance. FedEx came in at 97.8, almost identical. During the same period last year, UPS was at 96.6, FedEx was 95.3. It's been several years since either of those 2 performed this well during the very hectic front end of the holiday cycle. U.S. Postal Service was at 95.2 on-time delivery during this cycle, down from 95.8. Not much difference last year. According to data from Amazon.com, that was not available. UPS and FedEx are expected to maintain the high service levels through the holidays, in part because there aren't as many packages to ship as there were last year. According to ShipMatrix, they're projecting 82 million parcels will be delivered on average each day during the peak cycle. Last year, that number was in excess of 90 million. ShipMatrix said that the market has holiday delivery capacity equal to 120 million parcels. So tight capacity is not really an issue, as it's been the last couple of years. I remember the last couple of Christmases, complaints about packages that were supposed to be there in time for Christmas not showing up till 3-4 days after Christmas, recall. Plus, UPS and FedEx have released their transit times on many lanes by adding an extra day to their delivery schedules. Parcels shipped via UPS from New York to Chicago, which may have a commit time of 2 days, now have a 3-day commit time. Parcels shipped via FedEx from L.A. to New Jersey now have a 5-day commit time rather than a 4-day window they previously had in place. All right, yeah, it looks like retailers and consumers should have no trouble hitting their delivery and receiving cutoffs unless consumers wait until a day or two before Christmas to place their order. Don't wait that late. Of course, two days before Christmas is a Saturday. You got the weekend leading right up to Christmas Day. Horse Feathers back at it. Yeah, we left off talking about the autopilot mode. I think you set the speed, whatever you want your cruise at, right? And I don't think they've deployed any technology, which some are suggesting, where you cannot exceed the posted speed limit.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because it seems like the car should have the capability of knowing that. But when it comes down to the lawsuit, if another party is killed or something, they're going to say that, that person shouldn't have been killed, because if the car was doing the speed limit, then that party wouldn't have been there, because it would have taken longer for the Tesla to get there. And
right.
That would have, everything wouldn't have happened. So I just, devil's advocate here, Your Honor. It's all technology that's out there waiting and coming. It's there to be used and just hasn't been implemented yet. But as far as your package goes, we guarantee it to be there by Christmas. We just didn't say which Christmas, right?
Okay. I don't think I wasn't anticipating Christmas of 24.
Yeah, exactly. 24, 25, 26. As long as you're not growing there, you outgrow your sweater. Your ugly Christmas sweater net. So now you said you wouldn't go sit in line for 6, 7, 8 hours for an In-N-Out burger, and I've actually been to one of their restaurants when we went out west there, and the thing that I like that they have is they do fresh cut French fries. I mean, they take fresh whole potatoes and they slice them into fries right there as they're putting them in the fryer. They don't use prepackaged or frozen potatoes that are already cut. They're cutting fresh, right out of the bag potatoes to make the fries with, and so that was good. And the burger I thought was as, on the higher end quality of a burger joint burger. I mean, so it seemed to be fresh meat and everything, not frozen. So that's a good plus in them there. But don't I remember there was a time that maybe the Princess and Beth and maybe a couple others got this idea to go out on this day called, Black Friday.
Black Friday, yes.
Wanted to get some shopping done on Black Friday. Right. There was this one Stephen Summers that had to go wait in line at one.
Yeah, I believe that.
What time?
My recollection was I believe I ended my shift at 5 a.m. and I had to go straight to Best Buy and get in line. But if memory serves, I think they opened at 7 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was there for about an hour and a half.
Yeah. It just struck me, It's like, I do remember this guy named Stephen Summers one time had to go wait in line at one of these stores that. Yeah.
Well, those were the days when Black Friday was Black Friday. You didn't have all these cyber deals. We did not have the iPhone ordering. You had to go to the store and get it, and everybody knows they had a limited supply of all these Black Friday deals. You had to be there early.
Yeah, that's right, because they had one or two, and if you missed out on that one or two, then you were screwed till next year. But I don't know. Well, so you had a couple other things there, but we're just about ready to pull in the oil refinery, so maybe we'll table a couple of things there and see if we call back in there till
All right.
this hour. With
So have you
something
had a Five Guys burger? Have you had theirs yet?
I have not had the Five Guys.
Okay.
That's one we haven't had. To tell you the truth, the Wegmans grocery chain actually in some of their stores actually has a burger joint type thing, and they do very well with theirs too. They've made them really fresh, and of course, being the grocery store, they don't have to worry about going out and getting product. They have the product in the store most of the time to bring over to that part there, but they do it in their section there where they got a pizza shop and a sub shop and the sushi and the seafood and all that stuff. But anyways, no, Five Guys is on the list there at some point. We'll get to.
Based on your explanation of, you said that was an In-N-Out burger, or was it a Whataburger? Which one was it you had?
In-N-Out there, and they did the fresh burgers, and as I say, the fresh cut fries. That was what I really liked. Is it a fresh cut potato put into the deep fryer to make fries is a completely different potato than something that's been prepackaged
and that's what Five Guys does. That's the same thing they do. And the other thing with Five Guys, let's see what was. Yeah, they do the fresh cut fries. If you order, you might as well order a small, because whatever size fry you order, they'll fill your bag with fries, and then once they put your burger in, they put enough French fries in there to where you got like a triple extra large anyway. If you're going to order 2 burgers, you don't bother to order 2 orders of fries, because you're going to have so many fries you can't eat them all. But they are, they're the fresh cut guys. They're the ones. Once if you pick it up at the drive-thru and go home, by the time you get to the home 20, the grease from those fresh cut fries is pretty much soaked through. You've got grease stains all soaking through the paper bag there. That's good for you. Healthy eating, if you know what I mean. Hello, is that Rainmaker?
Yeah, it's me, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. How's things in Thailand?
Not bad. Had a little motorcycle accident 2 weeks ago. Later down, some girl pulled right out in front of me, and I hit my brakes so hard I went down and tore myself up pretty good.
Oh.
But other than that, I'm getting better. But I sent you 2 emails. I just sent you one recently. I just seen another video of a train in Mexico coming to America. And the line of migrants in the video, and they're waving at the train, waiting to get on it, still coming to America. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. How much more can we take? And then there was the one about the mayor in Boston. Did you see that?
I'm trying to recall the mayor in Boston. You sent me
Mayor Wu, which is trying to send out invitations for the Christmas party, but only colored people, no
right.
white people.
I saw that. That now that's a screw up. That's a gargantuan screw up.
Yeah, and the comments on that news story, it's at 15,000 comments already. So many people. I mean, this is crazy. But the movie that you was talking about yesterday, Leave the World Behind. Did you watch it?
I have not watched it, but yeah, I told my wife we got to put that on our list to catch. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I watched it, and it's terrible. It's just downright terrible. Julia Roberts, you think she's a good actor, right?
Oh yeah.
But this movie is mainly based about what the Muslims want to do to America, right?
Okay.
Now the book, Rahman or whatever, the guy that wrote this story, he is a gay Muslim man from Bangladesh. Well, he's not Muslim, because if he's Muslim, he can't be gay, right? But he moved from Bangladesh to Washington, D.C., and he's a writer, and he wrote the story. And Obama was reading that story, and he loved that story a lot, right? So then his connections, he got the producer, whatever, which is a Muslim, and they made that movie, showing how bad America is. So if America is so bad, why do so many people want to come here, right? Mm-hmm. Especially the Muslim people. But it's, technically, a lot of American people are self-absorbed with their phones, their internet, personal stuff. And the guy that played in the movie Sicario, right? Both of them, you know, the manly man guy, right? Now he's in the movie as the husband, as a college professor, and I don't know how to do anything. All I know is GPS and use the Google phone. It's a sad thing to watch, but yeah, I'll let you watch it. I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's terrible. It's terrible, but it's just showing how weak and stupid that American people are, and how easy it's going to be to overtake America. So it'll be really interesting, but I did not like it. It's not a good movie.
So it left you.
Very good.
I mean, I've seen headlines where people that have seen it said they felt rather disturbed after watching it. I mean, oddly enough, one of the producers is Barack Obama, no less.
He wasn't the producer. He was kind of, I looked that up, and he was the one that kind of gave the footnotes to make the movie from the book, because he loved the book. He read the book, and so he gave footnotes how to make the movie, right? And, what the military actions and cyber attacks and all this stuff, and it kind of reminded me, because I forgot about you remember what happened down there in Cuba, at the military base in Cuba, right?
Right.
That sonic sound. They bring that up in that movie too. But yeah, it was kind of disturbing, because I couldn't sleep last night after watching. I kept on waking up. And,
I'll be darned.
But just the poor acting. Julia Roberts was a self-centered, bitch. And it's sad, but technically there is a lot of American people that's how they live their lives. They only think about themselves and nobody else, right?
Well, I mean, if that was supposed to be her role, though, everybody, I guess we all expect her to be like, the pretty girl in Pretty Woman. That's what we all envision Julia Roberts. But a good actor can be, you can be the pretty girl, you can be the mean girl, you can be the villain. I'm assuming her role was to be she was playing the role of the bitch, apparently, huh? Which is kind of odd. That's an odd part for her to play, isn't it? Well, good to hear from you there in, it's not the land down there, Thailand this morning, or his afternoon, I guess, for him. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Rain Man was referencing our southern border. An influx that was supposed to be, the numbers are supposed to be going down. No, we're hitting new records with each passing day and each passing week. And this past day, the thousands of migrants lining the railroad tracks as a freight train was passing through about 3 hours south of Eagle Pass in Piedras Negras, Mexico. They're all waiting for a chance to jump aboard, headed to the southern border, expected to arrive in the coming days. Agents are already overwhelmed, unprecedented numbers, and according to CBP, migrant encounters topping 10,000 in a single day, again, Tuesday of this week. Last week, there were over 12,000 encounters in a single day. I believe that was last Tuesday as well. Breaking daily records, still at levels overwhelming agents on the ground. In the Tucson and Del Rio sectors, agents saw 3,000 and 2,700 encounters, respectively. Both sectors, that's more than 200% over capacity. Last Saturday, Fox News reported lawmakers had been briefed by officials that over 5,000 illegals are currently being released into the United States every single day, in addition to the 1,600 who are arriving at the ports of entry being processed and released via the use of the humanitarian parole every day under the CBP One app, where they pre-register to arrive. Agents are seeing migrants from over 150 countries. Tuesday, sources said there were more than 190 Chinese nationals encountered in the San Diego sector. More than 120 encounters of nationals from Guinea in the Tucson sector. Fiscal year 23, fiscal year running October to October, saw a record-breaking 2.4 million. As fiscal year 24 kicked off, we have seen records broken again in September and October. Little sign that the numbers are slowing down. Typically, they do drop off a bit during the winter months. The Tucson sector, which has been at the center of the most recent migrant surge, that has seen hundreds of mostly adult male migrants lined up against the border fence. Agents, they say, are outmanned 200-1 in the field. So now the Biden administration is calling for additional funding from Congress with a $14 billion request. Get back to the calls here. Who we got on board? Not seeing a name there.
Hello?
Is that Philip?
That sure is. That's me. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening?
Hey, I got some answers to Horse Feather's questions there about the autopilot. You can put whatever you want in software on computers. And that's all it is. It's a software update if you want to put the speed in. The thing is, he used the magical word, which is liability. And when you're in an autopilot situation, the liability could be on you. If you're in a full autonomous situation, depending on the data that the car is got going on, you are in a situation where Tesla can be held accountable. Does that make sense, Steve?
It does.
Okay, and that's the thing. The autopilot has an on and off switch. Okay, whereas the full autonomous situation, which I'm talking full autonomous, which is way down the road, that you get in the car, crank it up, you set everything up, and it goes. And it does everything from point A to point B. Okay, that is, the company could be held more liability for it. Now, here's the thing. With the data, these cars are got black boxes in them. I know the Teslas have them. That's like a black box on an airplane when the big airplanes, you know, you've heard about that, Steve, when a big airliner crashes, they pull the black boxes. Okay, well, these cars, the Teslas, and I know I got a friend that's got a Tesla and explained a lot of this stuff to me. They have a black box on them, just like that. They can go back in time and push replay and figure out what was going on with the data, which means your speed and all that stuff.
Yep.
Braking speed, they can see all that. If the car was in auto mode, and it was self-braking, the computer could recognize that. And that is what the upgrade is that Tesla is putting into the cars. They're not putting the speed limit upgrade in it like Horse Feathers was talking about. The upgrade they're putting into the car now, and if you do own a Tesla and you're out there listening to me right now, you are going to be getting an update probably within the next 24 hours that your car's software will be updated automatically, that it will know when it's coming up. The rate of closure on vehicles and whatnot is going to be changing if you use the auto mode. That's what they're changing. That last accident they had, that somebody hit a semi, nobody talked about the kind of semi it was. It was a fire truck.
It was
It was one of those, the big ladder.
A fire truck? Really? Okay.
They hit a fire. It was a fire truck. The big ladders, the ladder trucks that have a trailer. It was one of those that individual hit at 90 miles an hour. So that's pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I heard him saying that they hit a truck, I was assuming maybe it was like a tractor trailer, and it couldn't discern because there would be especially the clearance underneath the trailer or something, like it didn't see. But a fire truck, that's all the way pretty much almost down to the ground. It definitely should have seen that. But we got to pause there. Looky there, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Coming up, we'll welcome you into a Thursday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. House Republicans are considering initiating contempt proceedings against the president's son. Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky stated that the investigation pertains to public corruption at the highest levels of government.
We have specific questions for the president's son. He does not get to dictate the terms of this subpoena.
In an unexpected development, Hunter Biden announced outside the Capitol today that he will only testify in his father's impeachment inquiry during a public hearing and will not comply with a Republican subpoena regarding his business dealings. Tesla is recalling nearly 2 million electric vehicles due to the safety concerns tied to its auto steer feature. A forthcoming software update will enhance warnings for drivers and enable the automated feature to disengage when the vehicle is not on the road or if the driver is not sufficiently attentive. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration initiated an investigation in 2021 following nearly a dozen reported incidents. The White House appears to be clarifying President Biden's recent comments on Israel.
He was expressing concerns that we continue to see civilian casualties in Gaza. And again, that we want to make sure that as they work to minimize, that they actually have those kinds of results.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby did not explicitly state whether the U.S. believes Israel is carrying out indiscriminate bombing or following international law. Instead, Kirby emphasized that the administration expects Israel to take every possible measure to minimize civilian casualty. Apple is introducing a security update for iPhones aimed at deterring theft. The feature enhances access security by requiring biometric data such as Face ID or Touch ID. The update will be accessible to all users in a forthcoming software release. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The gigantic skull of a sea monster that preyed in the oceans millions of years ago has been excavated from a cliff in the United Kingdom in what scientists are saying is one of the most complete specimens of its type ever discovered. The skull fossil is 6 foot 5 inches long and belongs to a pilosaur, which was the largest carnivorous reptile that ever lived. Dr. Andre Rowe from Bristol University told the BBC, "I have no doubt that this was sort of like an underwater T-Rex. Inflation has affected everything on the planet."
Shoppers may be angry about high prices for gifts this holiday season, but just be thankful you are not actually buying the 12 Days of Christmas list. Buying all 12 categories of gifts rattled off in the popular Christmas song would cost you $46,729.86. The true cost of the Christmas in the song, say if you kept buying 2 turtle doves repeatedly each time it was mentioned, would be $202,000.
Los Angeles is poised to host Super Bowl 61 at SoFi Stadium, the shared home of the Rams and Chargers. The decision on the location for the 2027 championship football game is set for a vote by the NFL owners in Dallas. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Back at it here as we into a Thursday. All right, is this considered the last big shopping weekend before Christmas? I guess not. Technically, you'll have next Saturday, but Sunday is Christmas Eve. I think a lot of the procrastinators will be out in mass this weekend. And don't forget those those delivery deadlines that were put out by the package delivery companies. You're rapidly approaching end of the line to get those packages in time for Christmas. I'm going to get back to Philip here. I was going to ask him about, did we get any launches off? We've had one postponement after another. I found the update here from a few hours ago, stating that SpaceX and the U.S. Space Force thought they were ready to launch the military's mysterious X-37B space plane this week. Of course, it was scrubbed on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and ground teams in Florida apparently now they say need to roll the Falcon Heavy back into the hangar for service. That's expected to push the launch until at least late December, maybe even later. They did not divulge details about what the problem causing the delay. SpaceX called off an attempt Monday night to resolve a problem with the ground system. A senior Space Force official told ARS yesterday that additional issues will cause an additional delay. We're working through a couple of technical glitches with our SpaceX team. Just going to take a little more time to work through, he said. We have not nailed down a specific launch date yet. We're going to have to roll back into the hangar, the horizontal integration facility, and work through some things on this rocket. One of the senior leaders on the Space Force team overseeing military launches like this one said the ground equipment problem that prevented liftoff Monday night could be fixed as soon as Wednesday, but it's going to take longer to resolve other issues that he did not specify what those were. We found some things that we need to run some analysis on. That is what is driving the delay. SpaceX was about the same, very vague in explaining the delay. In a post on the social media platform X, SpaceX said the company was standing down from the launch this week for just additional system checkouts. There's a chance the Falcon Heavy might be back on the launch pad by the end of the month or early next year. A recovery vessel that was on station for the Falcon Heavy launch in the Atlantic Ocean is returning to shore now, suggesting it's not going to launch anytime soon. Going to have to take a look at the launch schedule and balance with all the other challenges. We're hoping we can get that done before the end of the year. And I guess they're saying this could maybe have some ripple effect to other scheduled launches because they've had such a very busy schedule this year. Did they ever get the SpaceX, the Starlink launch, the SpaceX Starlink off this week?
No, they didn't get it off. We had high wind yesterday, so that kind of put that kibosh on that one too. And then if you look at the weather right now, Steve, we got a low that's coming in off the Gulf of Mexico that's going to come in off of Florida.
Wind.
Florida. It's It's not going to be a tropical storm, but it's going to be pretty damn close from what I understand. So it's a good thing they're rolling off. And what a lot of folks don't understand about SpaceX is that Falcon Heavy has 2 boosters that are going to be reused. So you launch the Falcon Heavy, the boosters come back, they go to a refurbishing facility, then they get set up for a next launch, which could be a Starlink launch, it could be a launch for satellites, it could even be a human launch, an Axiom launch or something. That's messing with the program. See what I mean, Steve? So if you delay those boosters, even though they're still hooked up on that Falcon Heavy, they are intended to be used for other flights down the road, and that pushes all those flights back as well.
Okay.
That's the only problem with reusability like that. You know, the booster gets refurbished, it gets put out, does a flight, comes back, gets refurbished, does a flight, comes back. That's where you're saving your money at. But in the same token, you're also, if you have a delay like they're having with the Falcon Heavy, that's 2 rockets that are going to be sitting in a hangar that are not going to be utilized for other missions. So then you've got to redo your schedule and figure out, well, I've got customers that need things getting launched, and I'm not going to be able to launch them, then I got to figure out another way of getting it going. So they're running around right now trying to figure that out. As far as the ground systems, I don't see the problem with that. I think it might be they might be pushing it back because they got some stuff going on with the payload itself. You never know. It's top secret. They're not going to talk about it. So let's just have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
But getting back to the autonomous car thing or autopilot, that was a fire truck that car hit, and it was like the old-fashioned ladder truck that's a semi. You know what I mean, Steve? Right. They had the ladder that was on the trailer type of thing. And it tore that car all to pieces. I mean, there wasn't much left of it. But in the same way, they can find that black box off of that car, they can figure out what was going on. There's a lot of updates that got to be done on that Tesla before they even get it anywhere to where it can be used autonomously. And have you heard the term LiDAR, Steve?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so a lot of the autonomous cars that are using and the auto drive and all that are using LiDAR, which LiDAR is like radar. It's sending a signal to something, it bounces off at it, it comes back, it measures that time frame, and it says, oh, I'm that close to that object, I got to slow down. And that's what a lot of it is. They're trying to figure all that out. And horse feathers, I can let you know one thing right now. That computer in those cars is thinking about 1 million times faster than you can think. It's making decisions well in advance than you're even comprehending. And eventually down the road, it's going to make decisions. It'll know there's a traffic accident 5 miles ahead of it, and it'll start making turns and doing things to accommodate down the road. That's coming. It's sad but true, but that's the way it is. As far as the other parts of the deal, I think that we are a little bit insurance is a little too much worried about what we're doing out here right now, and is taking the trust off of us and trying to put it more onto the technology. I know there's a lot of drivers out there right now that have got cameras looking at them in their cab, cameras looking at them on the outer rims of their trucks, following cars and all that stuff, and they get in trouble and they get pulled in the office. And it's all about liability. We need to get away from that, Steve, and we need to worry about being safe instead of being scared to make a move and causing an accident. And that's what's happening now. I mean, you guys have that problem with red light cameras up in Cincinnati there, Steve?
There's only a few locations. I don't think that I don't think there's any around where I live. So I know that red light, if people know they're there, yes, they'll slam on the brakes and get rear-ended if they're coming up on a light, whereas typically they would just go on through.
Absolutely. A biggest problem that we have right now is people are so up into their technology, like Horse Feathers was talking about Waze. Waze is a great app. I appreciate it dearly. Okay? It tells you a lot about traffic. But the problem with Waze is it tells you a lot of things that puts kind of an anxiety in you. Like, say, for instance, if you're in an intersection, you know there's going to be a red light camera. Somebody with high anxiety is going to slam on the brakes and possibly cause an accident. You know, our Waze diverts you around traffic areas that don't have no problems. I've seen that before, and it's a great app, don't get me wrong, and a lot of people use it. There's people out there use it just to find out where the cops are. Instead of having a radar detector now, you don't need a radar detector. You get Waze. Waze tells you where the cops are, because everybody puts in there when they see a cop. You know, when the traffic stops, people put the data in there, and it comes in, and it goes to everybody else. It goes through the system. You know, sometimes that's a great thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing. I'm about being safe, but I'm also about, hey, we got to put the trust in the individual to drive their vehicle. And when they don't drive their vehicle correctly, then we talk about liability, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So, but that's all I got today, buddy, and I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
Good to hear from you. Good to have a great Thursday there, Philip. Appreciate you checking in. Let's see who we got on board. Cue ball coming up. I'm not catching a name here. Who we got?
You hear me, Steve? JR.
JR. Well, hi there. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Okay. My earpiece sometimes don't work. Hey, we was talking about that toll road yesterday, that truck. I'm surprised it didn't have a collision on it. Most of it was a newer truck. I thought you said it was a 20, wasn't it? He was driving?
Yeah, correct.
But, yeah, most of them got that collision. That collision on there, it stopped that truck. It stopped before he does.
Well, would that's like the automatic emergency brake thing, right? Would that activate if you had would that activate if the cruise control is on? Would it?
Yes, it'll shut the cruise off and it'll lock you right up. It done that yesterday on me, on my truck. Had a car stop in front of me, and I thought I was far enough away. I guess I wasn't. I got to knock the whole fucking truck and trailer up. And I've had people come up from the left lane to get up the ramp, and it blocked my truck up before because the lights and stuff was too bright. I believe it stopped it, though. That collision up there, it's sensitive. So
I think most of the 2020 models would have that on it.
Yeah, I would thought so, but you can still get. I've still seen some, but I don't know. Them Kroger cards, we used to buy those too to get the extra points, and then all of a sudden, you used to buy at the register, and it was good. You didn't have to do nothing. Well, now we bought them a couple of weeks ago. Well, you had to register them. So every time we register it and we use it, they'd shut it off. Then you had to call them back, and they said it was fraud use. Fraud? What? We're using them. Then they had to reactivate them again. We just stopped buying them. So we're not even doing that no more. But that movie, is that supposed to be like a cyber attack or something?
That's my understanding. Yes, some sort of a cyber attack, and everybody loses their. They're smart. I guess some couple of people or couple of couples go off for a weekend out in the middle of nowhere, and then they lose contact with the rest of the world, and that's about the gist of it. Some sort of a tie. Though I guess the world out there is collapsing around them.
Okay, well, I don't want to give it away, but I saw a little clip of it yesterday on Facebook. They was going down the highway, and all of a sudden they stopped. There's a bunch of cars wrecked in front of them. She gets out of the car and starts walking around and looks, they're all Teslas. They're all Teslas. All of a sudden she looked at, auto, what do you call that, automated,
right.
drives herself.
Yeah.
And then she realized, she looks behind her, and all of a sudden here comes more cars at her. She's yelling at them, get back in the car. And they just get back in the car just in time for all these white Teslas. And they're just wrecking each other. Like, wow, that's unreal. like that computers tell them to drive.
Right.
Who knows when? I mean, that's crazy. But I just saw a little flip of that, but I'll have to look that up on myself to see what that's like. But yeah, like I said, that collision, I just can't believe it. He didn't have one on that truck. But I mean, unless you run off the road, that's always I wonder. If you run off the road in a ditch, I don't think it'd catch anything. But when you come up behind a car or a truck or anybody, it slows me down. I got a new job here. You know, I talked to you here about April. I used to be the owner of Kroger.
Mm-hmm.
I went to R&L and 68 mile an hour, and I got guys pulling in front of me. The truck, it just slows down to about 4 mile an hour all the time. Like, Jesus. The guys don't care or don't realize that you got this stuff on your truck, and it slows you down. So you got to get off the cruise. Or if they get too close, they'll lock you up. I think it's dangerous myself.
Mm-hmm. And that's because what? Either cars or trucks are getting over in front of you too early, and the vehicle senses that, and they say, "Got to slow down," which I guess in turn makes the people behind you get pissed off, or maybe could rear end you.
Yeah, I see these trucks here. They reach speed limits signs. So when you get a speed limit, like a construction zone, says 55, you're running 68, it'll show that, warn you, and it'll slow the truck down.
Wow.
It will slow the truck down real quick, then all of a sudden it'll skip and you keep going back up to speed. But I don't know. I mean, they speak safety over here, but all speed to these construction zones. I mean, they're big on these cameras, how close you drive, but they don't say nothing about your speed in construction zones. And they know you're in there, but the truck will tell you. But I don't know. You know, I might just stick it out another 6 years. I don't know.
Well, hey, it's good to hear from you, JR. Appreciate you chiming in this Thursday morning. Then we jump over to Cue Ball, see what's going on in his world. Morning, Cue Ball.
There you go. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, bear with me. I'm a little under the weather today.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, just regular sniffles, crap like that. Anyways, we're talking, I heard, I guess it was yesterday or whatever, heard Orth talking about the, I guess, there's a new law or something coming up or regulation with cars that they're trying to make it so, like, if you've been drinking a car with sense, it'd be a kind of maybe sensor in the wheel, or
correct.
They'll smell your breath or some crap like that. There's another thing out there that I didn't hear about until Bongino was talking about it maybe a few weeks ago. They're trying to put kill switches in cars, and or the police or whoever can just decide to just cut your stuff off. Like, just literally we don't want you driving. It's under the guise of, like, if it's like a high-speed chase or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just be able to just cut your car off. But you put that kind of tech in a car. Remember you guys were talking about a whole social credit score with happy and all? To control you, and they'll just decide, it's not a matter of just, this dum-dum's on a high-speed chase. We'll just disable the car. It'll turn into, he drove too much, we're going to cut your car off.
Well,
But that's something in there, too.
If you're going to have the ability for, like you say, for law enforcement, it would have to be based on some sort of a signal or something, and then the bad guys get a hold of that technology, and they can kill your car out in the middle of nowhere, or rob you, rape you, and nobody'd be wiser.
Exactly. That's the other thing. But you got to bear in mind, this government could give a rip about safety. We know this. Look what it did with the trucking industry, or what it continues to do. they don't care if a bad guy hacks into that system and shuts your car off and does whatever they want with you. As long as they have the control over your car, they're happy. And if you get killed because of it, oh crap. That's the way they look at it. So there's a few other things with cars that they've been looking into that I really makes you scratch your head and wonder. I didn't even know about this till maybe about 2-3 weeks ago. And I guess Stellantis is one of the companies that are looking into this. They're trying to figure out how to make more money out of cars. I'll give you kind of an example. I learned this kind of the hard way. So if you buy a new car nowadays, most of them, if you could double hit a button on your key fob and your car will start. It'll run for about 15 minutes before it'll shut off. Just to warm your car up in the winter or cool it down in the summer, right? Well, Mercedes won't put it on the car. The reason why Mercedes won't put that on a car is it's illegal in Germany. Now, Mercedes' philosophy is kind of simple. They're not going to build a car for this market, another car for that market, another car for some other obscure market. Basically, Mercedes' idea is they're going to build two cars. They're going to build right-hand drive cars and left-hand drive cars, and all the cars have to meet the same requirements with very minor differences, like if the speedometer predominantly reads in mile per hour or kilometer per hour. But they're not going to build like 5 different cars for 5 different markets, kind of like one or the other.
Right.
So you cannot get a brand new Mercedes with auto start because they're illegal in Germany, which is where the cars are built. So Dodge is kind of, I say it's not Dodge, Stellantis, all of them, Jeep, Ram, Chrysler, whatever. What they want to be able to start doing is what they want to call micro transactions. Here's the thing, right? Like I own a Ram truck. So let's say, for example, I don't know what kind of, 400 horsepower engine, whatever. I really don't know what kind of power that Hemi makes, to be honest. But if I'm planning on pulling a trailer with it, the engine's built to make X amount of power, but I wanted to have a little bit more. Well, then I'd have to subscribe to unlock a feature in the truck that it's already built into. Another one they want to do is like the radio or the stereo system. You want the better stereo. Once you bought the car, now you got to pay extra to unlock the better stereo. It's already in the car. You're just unlocking the feature. Or something like heated seats. It's already in there. But no, you got to pay extra to unlock it. So there's a bill. I know I think New Jersey's trying to outlaw that.
Okay. And I'm looking at the clock. I've got to get to my news break. We'll return after this.
USA News Update. President Biden has concluded a private White House meeting with the families of 8 Americans previously held hostage by Hamas.
We are here because the president and his team have been bringing out light in this dark time.
The hostages were among the 240 individuals taken during Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel. According to a U.S. defense official, an American warship intercepted and shot down a drone believed to be launched from a Houthi-controlled area in Yemen. The incident occurred Wednesday morning local time, and the warship took defensive action as the unmanned aerial vehicle was headed in the direction of the ship. Elon Musk is launching a STEM-focused high school in the Austin area, investing $100 million of his own funds, according to tax filings revealed by Bloomberg News. Musk envisions expanding the initiative into a university dedicated to top-tier education. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's get back to cue ball here as we take care of business. Back at it. Thank you for hanging in there.
No trouble, Steve. Thanks for holding me. So, yeah, you got Stellantis over there trying to do these micro transactions where it's kind of like you buy a car and it has all the options, but you have to pay extra to unlock the options. I mean, can you imagine, like, if you got a 4x4 pickup and you bought the truck, it has four-wheel drive, but you have to pay an extra, like, $200 just to be able to shift it into four-wheel drive?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the nonsense they're trying to come up with. I know New Jersey's trying to outlaw that. And I think they need to because it's real simple. If it's in the car, you should have access to it, plain and simple. You know, there's a lot of real goofy ideas that come out. You know, I get it, like Stellantis are trying to make extra money, but, you know, I have no problem with a company trying to make money. There's a point where it's like you're being robbed, you know, with the way some of these places, you know, some of these companies are doing it. But there's a few other things that really bother me with with some of the stuff in the cars. The Tesla with this autopilot thing. Okay, I mean, there's a commercial. I think Chevrolet calls it Super Cruise. And I remember seeing a commercial of a dude driving a pickup truck, and it's like the guy puts the Super Cruise on, and he's talking to his kid or something in the back seat, like the kid's talking about, or that's the commercial. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. He's trying to describe the future to his kid, and the kid's in the back seat, and he puts the Super Cruise on, and he takes his hands off the wheel while the truck steers itself, while the disclaimer in this very small print on it is like, always keep your hands on a wheel or some nonsense like that, train driver, close course, do not attempt. Granted, we've always seen car commercials where they're doing crap with cars and really should be dealing with a real car.
Don't do this at all.
But,
yeah.
They advertise it as that's what it is. And then you see these autonomous cars that's got like 18 million different cameras and spinning tops and things on it. It's like, and they're still running into people. So I don't get where they're. I just don't understand where their thought process is on this thing. Like they build it and then people use it as it's almost like they're trying to use us as the crash test dummies rather than an actual crash test dummy. You know what I mean? Like we're the guinea pig. Like we'll sell this thing to you. We'll see if you use it, and if you use it and you kill someone, we'll just blame you for it because we're the one that built it to be able to do that anyway. But it used to be a thing, that you had a car and it just had to, or even with these semis, you actually had to know what you're doing and how to drive it, and be responsible to actually operate the equipment in a reasonable manner. But they kind of almost like they're doing away with that. There's a lot of these quote-unquote safety features, I kind of don't really think that they're actually effective or even all that safe. I don't even think that I think they're trying. I get it where they're trying, but sometimes I think that it's just making it to where it's making the situation worse. I'll give you an example. Now, the Mercedes we have, it's a 2014. And I remember the first time we took that car out on a road trip, and after you're driving it for a little while, and you just swerve to, miss a pothole or something, the car will beep at you. It'll think you're tired. It'll literally display a cup of coffee over where your speedometer was, and it'll shut your radio off, and you have to actually clear it out to let you be able to play your radio again. It's kind of wake you up, and I'm like, listen, you dumbass car, I'm not sleeping. I swerved a pothole. Get over it. But it's got that camera, I guess like a telemetry type camera right over where your rearview mirror, right dead center of your windshield. So it's like looking at it, but it doesn't recognize the pothole that I swerved to miss, right? And it does it, the longer you drive on a longer trip, the more it does it. It's just annoying. Where it's like, it's not actually a feature that's useful. It actually pisses me off, and it makes me not want to drive the damn car. So when I bought my Ram truck, the one I got now, I actually special ordered it. It had more to do with the engine because I didn't want to deal with the diesel and all that nonsense. So I bought one of the only Ram in 21 started letting you get the Hemi in a dually truck rather than forced in with a Cummins. So I ordered it that way, but because I ordered everything I wanted and everything I didn't want. So when I ordered it, one thing I absolutely did not get in the truck was that telemetry camera. I didn't want this lane departure system. I don't need the truck while I'm towing a trailer, swerving because it thinks I'm departing my lane because I'm trying to not bang the trailer into a pothole on the fog line or the zipper line, right? I don't need the truck to fight me while I'm towing a damn trailer.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to swerve, I want to swerve. If I want to depart the lane, I want to depart the lane. Let me drive the damn thing. I don't need the truck because it thought something jumped in front of it to step on the brakes, and I got to worry about a load shifting in my damn trailer. I don't want any of that. So you can order a vehicle without that. So like with that one semi truck, these are not mandatory things in trucks as far as I know with the semis. So like Horse Feathers was talking about that. I think it was Horse Feathers. Talking about that truck wreck in Indiana at the toll booth. that might not be an option that owner, the owner of the truck bought. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to have that.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's not there, it's not there. It's not mandatory, at least as of yet. So I just think that if you're driving down the road with a semi-truck, the last thing you need is the thing, and especially in bad weather, just decide it thinks it saw something, and it locked the damn brakes up and put you in the put you in the ditch and jackknife you because it decided to stomp on the brakes, not you, not the actual driver. That kind of gets me. I think I guess I was thinking about they're talking about that movie. And that's a whole other thing too with that Obama movie, whether Leave the World Behind or whatever it was called. I guess they were like, but what was that scene where he's talking about? Like the Teslas were like crashing, like on purpose or something.
No,
well, if you think about it, the car can steer. It can accelerate and brake on its own. Why couldn't you hack the car
exactly
and make it like do whatever you like? Make it a remote control car.
That's exactly the premise. It's a cyber attack, and I mean, I guess this movie's delving into all the things that could be done to us by a foreign actor in the event of a cyber breach.
Well, I can get into that either today or another day, but what I was thinking about back with the cars, though, I suppose that because Teslas could do everything, they steer, they brake, and accelerate on their own, I suppose you could, in theory, would be very hard to make it into a remote control car. But that's where my mindset is we need to go back in technology. I want an actual cable or a linkage between the shifter and the transmission. So if you take over the throttle, bitch, I got that. I'll just shift you in neutral, and you can just sit there and bang off the rev limiter all day long. I don't give a rip. As long as I can mechanically knock it out of gear, I don't have to worry about this car running off. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I personally, I'd rather have a cable between the throttle and the gas and the gas pedal. I'd rather have a cable shift that train. Again, like I said, even if you could hack the throttle, I could still take this car and put it in neutral, thus making it impossible to be moved. Why is our critical infrastructure even attached to the internet?
Bingo.
Let's go into that movie a little bit, right? So why? So if you're running a nuclear reactor, you can sit there and be on your Facebook while you're running the reactor? We had nuclear reactors operating long before the internet was around, and that crap ran just fine. We had the power grid before there was an internet. Why is all this nonsense even on the internet? I'm starting to think just like a car should have a mechanical shifter that a driver can knock it out of gear regardless of what the engine's doing. Critical infrastructure should completely be disconnected off the web altogether. So you can't possibly hack it. There's no reason that these things should be operating on the damn internet. I just think it's cybersecurity doesn't exist. It's almost like the cat and mouse game with the police and the radar. The people that make the radar gun is the same people that make the radar detector half the time.
Correct.
So it's just this dumb cat and mouse game. So it's like, okay, you get, this one made an antivirus. Okay, well, the antivirus could be defeated by somebody else that knows the code and builds a better virus. Build a better antivirus, back and forth. Cybersecurity never existed. Okay? So if that's the case, it's time to get everything off, the important crap off the internet. If Facebook goes down, Instagram goes down, big freaking deal. Power grid goes down, yeah, that's a problem. But here's the thing, though. I was talking to Jen about this the other day, and Bongino had a whole thing on it, and that really stirred him up. But I was talking to Jen about it. And I said, you know what? I said, if something like that were to happen, I said, let's play it out. You wake up, power's out. You grab your phone. It doesn't work. Like, it won't attach to the internet. You can't make a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now what do you do? How do you get a hold of me if I'm on the road? How do you even know if it's a malicious attack or if it's just crap happened and went down? You don't even think about it. At that point, you have no power, and your phone don't work, and the internet don't work. You don't even know what's happening. So now what do? Do you start running around panicking, freaking out? How long until, you do start figuring out what's happening? That's where it's like you start getting into that whole prepper mode where it's like, okay, how do you alternatively make power? How do you alternatively get information?
Yep.
And who are you getting the information from the morning you wake up and the power's out and your telephone won't work and the TV won't come on? You're literally just sitting there in the dark ages. I mean, it could be, space aliens landing, DC got nuked, or just the power went out and it took the cell tower with
cell
it
towers
locally.
Yep.
And 10 miles away, everything's perfect.
Yep.
You wouldn't know. That's the weirdness of it.
Do you have a battery-powered radio where at least for a matter of hours you might be able to get some news? The preppers have these. They make the crank radios. You get the handle where you crank that it'll actually charge up a battery in the little radio all things that realistically, the end of the world could be happening. We'd be oblivious. Pappy brought. When you're talking about the infrastructure being hackable, I'm thinking, so much even in our military complex, and this is all being tested and thought out in advance on a global scale. Everybody's working on being one step ahead. Pappy he said, remember the Super Hornet that crashed not long ago? The theories of a hacked aircraft by the Chinese. I remember the pilot apparently ejected for no reason. That's the one that ended up, the pilot ejected, the plane ended up flying another, 18 miles away or something? I forget what the distance was, but did we ever get the rest of it? Why did he eject? Apparently there was not some sort of a catastrophic failure or something taking place with that plane. It kept on going. See what Grump has on his mind this morning.
Well, still sitting here on I-70.
Really?
At mile marker, yeah. It's been about 5 hours. I just saw some blurb on something there. It said it might be open at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
they
man.
had two semis got together right up the road here. I was already past the exit when it happened, so the only last one you can get off at, and it was about a mile in front of me, and everybody just started jamming their brakes on. So we've been sitting here ever since. I guess it killed, right now they said one driver. I saw one of the, cops and everybody that was down here was saying that they had to get the coroner over there for one of them. So I don't know, what happened to the other one, but
okay.
One truck was completely across the highway, and they just sent a couple of wreckers down there a little bit ago too, trying to get it. But it said there's crap all over the place, just all over the road there and everything. And just two trucks completely destroyed, and it's Steve, it's no wonder, man. I ain't kidding you. I was just coming out here today. I set my cruise on about 68. And I've never seen such idiots in my life that's driving trucks today. I mean, weaving in and out like they're in NASCAR. I don't know what the hell's wrong with these drivers, whether they're starving to death or what. There is no reason for them to drive that fast and to drive in that like that. It's just it just blows my mind. It really does. I couldn't figure it out. I was talking to a friend of mine today about it. And he was raising hell because some truck just come off a ramp and cut him right off, and everything. I mean, he went from the entrance ramp, entrance to the highway, to the interstate, all the way over to the left lane, trying to get around cars and stuff right then. I mean, he said, hell, it just damn near caused a wreck, everybody darting and dodging. I said, yeah, that's what's been created out here, with all this, and I don't know where it's going to end. Hell, it's absolutely nuts. But,
so, and those sort of drivers are the one that prompt the likes of the FMCSA and want to implement a speed limiter mandate.
And they're also the drivers that will not comment on that. They won't. They don't care.
This is a temporary job for these morons. They don't look at this as any kind of profession. This is just a stopover until they get to their next, good whopper flopper job or whatever in the hell they do. And I'm sick of it, man. I love what I do. I've always, when I first started 30 years ago, I was police, on the police department, and got off it and decided, hell, I'll start driving a truck. And it's been what I wanted to do ever since. And I've had opportunities to do other things, go back on police departments and, teach school and things like that. But I like what I do. And it just, I don't know. There's so many people out here running in the ground, and it's, like I said, it's that demographic that really doesn't look at this as anything other than a temporary job. And, it's a way to make a quick buck because, hell, everybody needs drivers right now, and for whatever reason, they, I'm sure they're still laying off quite a few here, there, and, everywhere. I mean, our loads is cut down, but I'm, like I said, I'm on this dedicated route that I've waited my entire trucking career to get on. It's, and it's a pretty good run.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's just absolutely nuts right now, man. I've never seen anything like it. And just coming down the road when I come through Indianapolis, I was like, somebody's going to mess up here because these idiots are just driving too fast, cutting into each other and everything else. I mean, just as soon as a guy turns his turn signal on, I mean, he's over in front of you. And it happened to me earlier today. And, I kind of got this little thing where I just tap the brake. I don't get excited about it. I mean, it's, damn well it's going to happen. I just look at it like, I got a better shot at winning the lottery as ever seeing that dumbass again. So why stress myself out, getting pissed off and caving the dude's head in or something like that. 20 years ago, I'd have beat his ass. I mean, they wouldn't have been no ifs, ands, and buts about it. But now I'm a little smarter, so I just kind of like let it go by, and that seems to be what's happening. But I also wanted to comment on this Zelensky thing. Where in the hell does he get the gall to walk in to our Congress like he just come from a damn Taylor Swift concert with his T-shirt on and his blouse pants and things like that, and stroll up to the microphone and chastise the American people for not giving him money? Who the hell does he think he is? And I applaud anybody, any Republican or Democrat too, if they want to crawl on board, that tells him to go to hell. I mean, when are we going to stop this? It just throwing good money after bad. We've already given him $112 billion, I think is what the tally is right now. $112 billion. Wrap your mind around that. And then this idiot wants another $61 billion minimum, but they can't tell you what one damn dollar went. And I was reading one of the articles there about it, and only a small portion of that money actually goes for the war. The rest of it goes to keep the Ukraine government intact, to pay the salaries of the workers and things like that.
Right.
And I'm sitting here thinking, why in the hell are we paying other governments so that their people can stay, busy and stuff like that? Why is it any more our problem? Everybody, when Trump took over, whenever Trump became the president, the first damn thing he did was say, NATO, you need to pay your fair share. Well, that's a word right there. That fair share stuff that the Democrats uses with impunity. I mean, they think your fair share of taxes, everything else, But when it come to that, they were like, "Oh my God, what are you saying?" They can't afford that. The hell they can't. I was over there for 8 years in NATO. Well, actually 12 years in NATO, and it's just mind-boggling. They want us to bleed for their sorry asses. Every time there's a war pops up, let's get the American soldiers over here to bleed for us, and then but we don't want to pay anything. And Trump had it right, 100%. I don't care who it pissed off. I mean, that was the way it should have been right then and there. Was say, look, call them out. Every damn one of them. Say, look, you don't pay anything. You pay absolutely nothing. I can't figure out still today why in the hell we have Turkey as a NATO member. Erdogan is one of the most, I guess, he's just a true evil. He as far as I'm concerned, he hates Americans, and the way that some of the Americans that I know, I'll even during the first Gulf War and through Provide Comfort and different other deployments and stuff that I was on over there and going in and out of Turkey. I mean, they treated us like crap over there. It just we had Turkish interpreters on helicopters that were spotting the Kurdish rebels. They were calling airstrikes on them. I mean, so we'd kick them off the planes and stuff like that, and then they'd raise hell and say, get them back on the helicopters and the airplanes and things like that. Get them back up in the air because the Turkish government's raising hell with us. Well, who cares? I mean, at one point in time, if we hadn't covered their ass, they'd be speaking something else. But it's we've been that poster child for just so long. I mean, in my career in the military, it was I've been all over the world, and just looking at some of the things that's happened to us, our soldiers and sailors and airmen and things like that in different countries. And when Barack Obama come up with that idea that that if you goof up in a foreign land or something like that, and maybe we ought to have the opportunity for allow them to prosecute our soldiers. Well, why in the hell are we granting their soldiers immunity? Why is it you go to New York City around the UN and they're triple parked there? They don't give a damn about anything. That if they run over somebody or something like that, one of the dignitaries, hell, they got diplomatic immunity. They can go back to their country and hold their head up that nothing happens to them. And it's I don't know, this whole thing, when you step outside of what's going on in this country and you look at Hunter Biden and all this crap right here and his little diatribe that he throwed out there, earlier yesterday, and he gave a speech.
It's all a bunch of lies, right? Yeah, my father was not financially involved, but hey, we gotta take care of a news break. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden has concluded a private White House meeting with the families of 8 Americans previously held hostage by Hamas.
We are here because the president and his team have been bringing out light in this dark time.
The hostages were among the 240 individuals taken during Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel. Following a 7-day ceasefire, Hamas released over 100 hostages, but approximately 140 individuals are still held captive. According to a U.S. defense official, an American warship intercepted and shot down a drone believed to be launched from a Houthi-controlled area in Yemen. The incident occurred Wednesday morning local time, and the warship took defensive action as the unmanned aerial vehicle was headed in the direction of the ship. The USS Mason was responding to reports of commercial oil tankers being attacked by Houthi forces when it engaged the drone. Details about the specific commercial vessel under attack remains unclear. The House is currently discussing the resolution to authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden before a floor vote. During his address on the House floor, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio asserted that the inquiry is crucial to examine credible allegations of wrongdoing during Biden's tenure as vice president.
You got a politician who does certain things. Those actions then benefit his family financially, and then there's an effort to conceal it and sweep it under the rug.
In contrast, Democrats maintain that there is no evidence of wrongdoing by Biden. Elon Musk is launching a STEM-focused high school in the Austin area, investing $100 million of his own funds, according to tax filings revealed by Bloomberg News. After relocating to Texas during the pandemic, Musk envisions expanding the initiative into a university dedicated to top-tier education, indicating an initial class size of around 4 dozen students. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The federal election interference case against former President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. has been temporarily stayed by U.S. District Judge Tanya Kutkin while the appeals process unfolds. Trump's lawyers sought the stay, and though special counsel Jack Smith's team opposed a complete halt, certain filings may proceed to maintain the March 4 trial date. The judge clarified that the delay doesn't affect enforcement of the limited gag order, protective orders, or Trump's release conditions. The Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. is featuring a portrait of Oprah Winfrey, created by Chicago-based artist Sean Michael Warren. The full-length artwork depicts Winfrey in a floor-length purple gown holding an olive branch on her estate in Montecito, California. The renowned talk show host attended the unveiling ceremony this morning. Federal Reserve policymakers are maintaining current interest rates as announced by Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Powell noted it as good news that the easing has occurred without a substantial rise in unemployment.
We're fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all.
This decision marks the 3rd consecutive meeting in which the central bank has opted to defer interest rate hikes. The choice to keep interest rates unchanged follows the Fed's efforts over the past 2 years to address inflation by raising rates. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, just like that, get that final hour underway here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, weekend on the horizon. And let me get back, finish up with the grump here.
Yeah, it's we're living in some crazy times right now. I mean, it's just it's like we're trying to fund everybody in the world. The American taxpayer can't work hard enough to give up all this money. We look at what's coming across the southern border, and I tell you, man, I don't know why in the hell these states are not suing Biden, right and left. And Texas, it just seems to me like, the governor would be, a far cry ahead if he started doing it in the beginning of this. They started turning around containers. They started pulling them in and searching every container.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Texas DOT. And it put such a backup. Just trucks and things were backed up, Laredo.
Miles and miles and hours and hours,
like
right?
Yep. And Mexico started raising hell. So, if it worked once, it'll work again. Trump didn't have a problem getting Mexico off their sorry butts and saying, get troops on the border and stuff like that. I mean, it was just a matter of leadership, I guess, just like it was in, when it come time to wipe out that caliphate. The man pulled all the generals in, said, politicians are out of it. They're going to keep their ass in Washington. You do the job. And that's exactly what happened. Within a year, the ISIS caliphate was just knocked out. Just completely wiped out. And now look at them. They're built back up stronger than what they were because we got an idiot in the White House, this old decrepit man that doesn't know, when his last bowel movement was, let alone, where his last troop movement was. He's that damn stupid. And I've listened to so much of this and watched it and everything over the last 3 years, and it just, there just seems to be no end whatsoever the stupidity that this government can come up with. He's packed his cabinet with a hodgepodge of idiots and misfits, and like I said, it's like he just went down through there just checking off boxes. I need a weirdo for Health and Human Services. I need a gay guy for this. I need, and it just never ended.
It's all based on the DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have to include everyone.
Yes, we do. It just except the people that could actually do the job. And then I was sitting there tonight and I read the deal about that damn, I posted some little something about it, but that woman up there in Boston, that mayor up there, Chinese lady, I think is what she is. It's an all color event. Well, by God, the last box of crayons I bought when I was a kid, it had a white crayon in there. That's
a
color. A color white in there. And I'm sorry I'd crash their damn party. I wish everybody in Boston that's white would just show up at that damn thing. Say, hell, include us. We're white. We're color. You know, why does it have to be black or whatever? I mean, it just blows my damn mind how the Democrats right now and how this progressive group has just separated America. You know, it's never going to get any better because they don't want it any better. As long as they've got this separation, it gives them a little toe-in power. You know, they can sit around. This is what these people did to you back in. No, it wasn't us. It wasn't the damn Republicans. You know, all somebody have to do is pick up a history book and see that the Democrats were the ones that were behind slavery. The Democrats were the ones that voted against the civil rights movements. You know, it just, you know, and now they're trying to redeem themselves by pointing fingers the other. No, hell no. It was the Dixie Democrats. Get over yourselves, people. It was the Democrats. They were part of the Democrat Party. They're also the party of the Ku Klux Klan. You know, and it just, I don't know. We sit around today and we think about, you know, what has happened in this country, you know, and rarely is anything ever mentioned anymore about our founders. You know, the founders weren't thugs and people like that. They were farmers. They were people that thought that, well, hell, let's create a government. Let's create a constitution. Let's have a president that is represented. You know, he represents the people. He serves the people. He doesn't rule the people. He serves the people. It's the same way that they thought about, you know, in Article 1 in the Constitution when they discussed the composition of Congress. You know, Congress has to be some people who, you know, individuals that actually serve the people. You know, it's where's it gone? Now we got this damn ruling class. You know, it just I don't know. I don't know when it's ever going to end, but I don't think it ever is. I think it's just going to get worse and worse and worse until we, the people, have a belly full of it and then start on an ass stomping competition. I think that's one of the reasons why Biden today is trying to get rid of so much of the Second Amendment. You know, just declaring anything at all that will hold more than one damn bullet as a weapon of war. You know, yeah, that guy. I tell you what, man. I just I don't know. I just hope that we get a president in there. You know, whether it's Trump or whoever, that's going to try to open the eyes of the American people and say, you know, why are you voting against this all the time when it's your rights, it's your freedoms that are on the chopping block, just like it is everybody else's? Do they not understand that? You know, with this flood of people coming across the border every damn day, you know, they're not here to assimilate. They're here to take on any kind of freedom, any kind of freebies that they can get their hands on. You know, look at them. I mean, coming across. Hell, they don't look like they're in any kind of distress.
You
know, when you're walking across the border
150 different countries. That's the thing I shared earlier. 190 Chinese nationals in one day this week. They're coming in from and like you said, this country was founded essentially on, it was founded on kind of Christian principles back in the early days of the country. Now, if you're bringing in people that hate Christianity, if you're allowing hundreds of thousands of people, Muslims, that honestly believe that they should kill the infidels, you wonder why there's a problem with divisiveness in this country. When you're bringing people in that actually hate the American, why they come here, I don't know. I guess maybe they're coming thinking they're going to change it.
Yeah, that's something that you know, that's $1 million question that they ought to have on Jeopardy or something. You know, why in the hell are you here if you hate us? You know, you certainly didn't come here to represent the 27 amendments in our Constitution. That didn't happen. You know, you came here for one damn reason, one reason only. Because we got idiots running this country that believes that the more they give you, the more you'll give back to them in the way of power. You know, and pretty soon those morons sitting there in Washington, D.C., you know, they somehow believe that they're no longer here to represent we the people. They're here to rule over we the people, and that's exactly what's happening now. You know, look at the mask mandates, you know, and all the rest of this garbage. You know, I mean, it just firing people because they didn't get a damn shot that didn't do anything to you at all except maybe delay a couple of the symptoms of COVID. I mean, my God, people, it was pumped through so damn fast. They've had just as many side effects from it as they have anything else. And it's just, when I was in the hospital, a month ago, I had, of course I had my surgery, I had 2 discs, replaced in my neck. And that was the first thing the lady, I was sitting there, and she, one of the nurses come bringing in, two syringes that had, shots in it. And, I said, what is that? She goes, this is the flu shot, and this is the COVID shot. And I said, I will jab you in the damn neck with both of them. Get the hell out of them things. And she said, are you serious? You don't want to take the flu shot? And I said, why the hell do I want to take the flu shot? Why do I want to take that COVID shot that don't do a damn thing? I said, it didn't stop me from getting COVID 3 times, did it? And she goes, okay, we won't. And I said, what is this crap? You just waltz in here with a shot and say, here, you're going to take it? She said, no, that's why I brought it in. I wanted to ask if you wanted it. We had it available here. And I said, man, I can't believe this crap. But no, it really pissed me off. And she said, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you about it. And I said, I don't understand this at all. I mean, how good is this shot? And she goes, that I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. The only thing, everybody's recommending take them. I said, well, I'm recommending don't take it. So, it just, I just couldn't, I was like, what the hell? You going to give me a shot that I don't know anything about? But, no, it's, I understood her way of thinking and stuff like that. And I didn't mean to really get pissed at her, but, if she'd just stuck me in the arm with that thing without, saying a word about it, I'd have said, what is that? She said, well, it's flu shot. I'd have went through the freaking roof. You'd have heard me yelling all the way in Cincinnati. But it's, Steve, we give up so much anymore of our lives. And, when we try to get something back, it's like, all we want is, a good paycheck, or something like that, where the government's not taking 50% of it for taxes. And, I just got my tax bill on some land that I'd bought, and, not much, it's acre or so. And our property tax there, of our house and things like that, $2,400. I'm like, damn, when do we stop paying for our homes and all the rest of the stuff, and it's, I'm looking over the items that's on for our personal property tax and on, property tax and what all it goes to support. And I'm like, you can get rid of all this other crap and just put the police department down there. That's all I care about, just support people, pay them good and have them respond when I need them. And the rest of this garbage can just go by the wayside for all I care. I mean, I think everybody's, every time you write a check for taxes, you just got to sit there and go, damn, what are they going to waste my money on now? I paid a small fortune, in income taxes last year. I think by the time it was all over said and done, I was up there about $31,000 in taxes. And, it just, you just sit there and go, what could I do with that money? I mean, why didn't I just send it to Zelensky? Just have FedEx go ahead and drop it off right on his T-shirt wearing ass. I mean, that's just, he's going to get most of it anyway, the way it looks. But I don't know, man. I tell you, it's frustrating. It really is. But, we always say there's going to be a brighter day, buddy, that maybe there'll be a reckoning here and people will wake up and
we can only hope.
There really will be that's about all we can do. But it's going to be tough.
As Earl Pitts used to say, wake up, America. Right? I pulled up the rest of the story out of Boston because I had seen some of the headlines. I didn't pay any attention to it really when I was doing my show preparation, but race issues, difficult to get into. But apparently it's a Boston City Hall official that accidentally sent out invitations to an exclusive race-based holiday party intended only for elected people of color. However, I don't know how this email was worded, if that was the way it was actually, this is a party for electeds of color. It went out to the entire city council yesterday. The Democrat mayor, Denise DeSantos, Democrat Mayor Michelle Wu's director of city council. So Wu's the mayor, right? This Denise DeSantos is the director of the council relations. She intended to invite the 6 councilors of color and a guest for each of them to an event hosted by the mayor yesterday, I guess last night. The email went out council-wide, prompting an apology for the error In a follow-up email about 15 minutes later, the city council consists of 6 councilors of color and 7 white councilors. I wanted to apologize for my previous email regarding a holiday party for tomorrow, DeSantos said. I did send that to everyone by accident. I apologize if my email may have offended or come across as so. Sorry for any confusion this may have caused. You know, if you're hosting a party, I mean, a lot of people are going to be hosting parties. You invite who you want to invite, correct? Yeah, you may invite certain people for certain reasons, or maybe family members. You say, "Oh, he's a troublemaker." That's fine and dandy. Apparently, the EMA must have had in it the fact that this was intended for electeds of color only. One of the white counselors, Frank Baker, said it was very divisive, unfortunate. Now, he said he wasn't really offended by being excluded, but did not consider but this was not a good move, he said. There's been a lot of tension amongst the council members anyway. Let's see. Baker said, I really don't get offended too easily. To offend me, you're going to have to do more than not invite me to a party. It's just unfortunate with the temperature the way it is. This is just going to make more division. You know, it's divisive. Elected officials of color defended the event, claiming the elected officials of color group, which I guess that is a group they have, has been around for more than 10 years. But that the city council makes spaces for all kinds of groups. Supposedly there are more than one or numerous holiday get-togethers that will be taking place. The city mayor's office said this event was, they're just one of many parties happening this month. That this holiday party is a tradition, but the host and the location changes every year. This year, the Asian American woman, Wu, was the one that was asked to host the celebration. But, we wonder why there's divisiveness in America, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Well, let's check in with the Jolly Green Giant. It's been a while. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to begin with last night when I was leaving Cincinnati. I was listening to a talk host out of Cincinnati talking about that most American people are not ready for electric vehicles. And then he made the statement that Ford has made a decision to cut back on production on their electric pickup truck. Now, why? Because
nobody's
people
buying
are
them.
not buying.
Bingo.
So, surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, I'm gonna throw something at you. I've been preaching it for quite some time. If I live in California and I buy one of those Ford Lightning pickup trucks, and then they got rolling blackouts because they have a shortage of electricity, they tell me I can't charge up my electric pickup truck. How am I supposed to get to work tomorrow, Steve? How? There are states that are having problems with their electric infrastructure
California is one.
Absolutely.
And Texas is the other. So, what he was saying last night is 100% true. Most Americans are not ready for electric vehicles. Plain and simple. Now I got to bring up Elon Musk. He evidently thinks that most American people can afford a $100,000 Tesla. Well, I don't, Steve, and all the people I know, I only know of one person that has an electric car and happens to be somebody that used to work for our company. It's now working for UPS, and he's got one of those Chevy Volts. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't buy it. He leased it. He said he would not buy it because of the batteries and how expensive the batteries are.
Right.
All right. So now I want to talk about something else that the Jolly Green and Miss Jolly Green, we just ran into a problem with Social Security. Now, my wife, I encouraged her to go ahead and retire. She's 65, and she decided she could not do it anymore. She had tears rolling down her face, said that she couldn't take working at one of the grocery chains in Cincinnati no more. And I said, honey, just go ahead and retire.
Mm-hmm.
Draw your Social Security. Now, before Jolly Green met Miss Jolly Green, she was married to another man who had a heart attack at 40 years old. And evidently, my wife at that time was on disability. She had serious back and neck problems. All right. Well, when he died unexpectedly with a heart attack, she was forced to go back to work. So here we are, a few years later. I meet her, and we get married, and she's paying money back for disability money that was given to her from the government. All right? Well, then they stopped payment. They stopped taking it out of her paycheck. All right, so we said, well, maybe it's all said and done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this week, she's on a conference call with Social Security, and I'm listening to the conversation. It is brought up that she owes the government for this disability money $30,000.
Wow.
Which they stopped taking out of her paycheck. All right? They stopped taking it out of her paycheck. So now, she said, the lady told her that you either set up a payment plan when you get your Social Security, or we'll take the entire check until you pay off that amount.
Wow.
All right? So if she wasn't married to me, she'd be living in a cardboard box probably downtown, okay, because of the government. And what are they going to do with that $30,000? I'm going to tell you what they're going to do with it. They're going to give it to Ukraine. That's what they're going to do.
Well, give it to Ukraine, or they're going to foot the bills for these millions of illegals coming into the country that haven't paid a dime in Social Security.
And so I tell you what we plan on doing. I'm going to have her to set it up. Maybe it's $1,800, and I'm going to tell her just pay them $1,000 a month.
And that way she'll be able to draw $800 a month. So it would take her 30 months to pay off that much money, though.
USA News Update. The White House appears to be clarifying President Biden's recent comments on Israel.
He was expressing concerns that we continue to see civilian casualties in Gaza. And again, that we want to make sure, as they work to minimize, that they actually have those kinds of results.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby did not explicitly state whether the U.S. believes Israel is carrying out indiscriminate bombing or following international law. The New York Attorney General's case against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization for financial fraud is wrapping up. Attorney General Letitia James accuses them of inflating financial statements by billions of dollars. House Democrats say there are absolutely no grounds to move forward with the impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
They have no evidence of him committing any offense, much less an impeachable offense.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty. Good morning, Truck and Phil. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Hey, you're warming up a little bit. 47, Fort Wayne and Sterling Heights today. That sounds good for a couple days, right? I'm going to do that typical Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. And yes, we're down to 11 days till Christmas. Thank you for checking in. Semper Fi, says Truck and Phil. And a conversation here a little bit ago with Grump. He was talking about how drivers seem to be just driving obnoxiously crazy for whatever reason this past evening. tonight, this morning, wherever you are. James did send me an email, said, Grump is not wrong. People were driving like idiots tonight, and mostly big truck drivers. I ran from Louisville to Troy, Ohio, and back tonight. It was absolutely crazy. What's going on out there? Everybody's in a rush. All right, we left off with Jolly Green, so I guess if I understand correctly, when the wife was, at whatever point she was on disability, the fact that she ultimately was able to go back to work at some point in time, they said, well, we want all that disability money that she's received back. Is that what happened?
That's exactly what happened. She was forced to go back to work because her first husband died of a heart attack.
Gotcha.
All right. And when I first met her, Steve, about 16, 17 years ago, she was on OxyContin and Oxycodone. She was in so much pain that she barely was functioning. All right. So after all this time, like I said, they were taking it out of her paycheck, and then they stopped for no reason at all. And now she put in for Social Security check, and they said, you're going to have to pay back this $30,000.
Yeah.
Now, I'm listening to all this, and they said if she does nothing, they'll take her entire Social Security check until that's paid off.
$30,000.
Unless we set up on a payment plan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct her. She's got to go to the Social Security office, and I'm going to instruct her to have them take out $1,000 a month because she gets a retirement check from the grocery chain because she was there for 19 years, and I figure she'll get $800, maybe $1,000 from Social Security on top of that retirement. By the time I retire, which I'm actually older, but I plan on working for another 3 years, we really don't need that money right now anyway, Steve.
Okay.
We're almost out of debt.
Yeah, so you could get that. You get that 30 paid off in 2.5 years, essentially.
2.5 years. That's correct, Steve.
Yeah.
That's my plan. All right, but I want to tell you, why did they stop taking that out of her paycheck?
Yeah.
I would love to have some of that question. You know? So, basically, I feel sorry for a lot of these Americans. They would rather give money to Ukraine than take care of our retired veterans and our retired older Americans. And here's another thing that you don't realize. They take money out of our paycheck for Medicare, but yet, when you get ready to retire, all right, that's only for Part A. Now, to take Part B, you got to pay $167 a month. Where the heck all that money that they were taking out for Medicare, where did that money go? And I already know the answer to that, probably just like you do. We're taking care of all the illegal aliens. That's what we're doing. You know, I'm confused. I really am. I know that my wife and I are going to be okay when I get ready to retire 3 years from now. I'm going to actually put a bunch of money away in a savings account, and I'm going to start my Social Security here in a couple years. I'm waiting until my 70th birthday. Why? Because that way they don't penalize me. If I try to do it now, which I'm at full retirement age at 68, I can only make $53,000 a year. If I wait until I'm 70, I can work as much as I want, and it doesn't count against me. So that's why I'm going to wait until I'm 70. So, and of course, Sex Maniac is already at that age. He'll be at 70 years old April 1st. He's already drawing his Social Security now. I'm going to wait so that way I can maximize that amount. So that's my plan. But I wanted to bring it to your attention. Maybe hopefully that will help other people realize. But they know everything about you. They know how much you make. They know how much you owe. So if you owe the student loan, they're going to get you when you retire. They're going to get you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking somewhere down the line, I don't know if she was with the same employer for all those years, but I mean, if she went from one employer to another, probably there was a clerical error where the paperwork didn't get submitted or something to withhold that whatever percentage they were taking out of her pay. Shorty said your wife should have been getting survivor pay from her ex-husband's passing. Yay or nay?
Okay, I don't know anything about that, but I will check on it. And no, she was with the employer probably for 19 years.
Oh,
So
the
she
same
was in with
person.
that,
Okay.
This employer, why
Okay.
they were taking it out. Yes.
Okay. Well, then one other one.
That clears up that question.
One other email said
Go ahead, Steve.
Jolly needs to get a hold of a Social Security attorney and see what they say to fight that crap. And I don't know. Attorneys aren't cheap, right?
That's been suggested. It's also been suggested get in touch with my senator and congressman. Well, first of all, they're not going to do nothing because all they care about is the rich, the ones to get them back in office. They're not going to care about a peon that doesn't matter, okay? So I'm not going to bother with trying to get in touch with senator or congressman because they're not going to waste their time with somebody like my wife and I, okay? But I do appreciate the advice, and yes, it's been suggested to check out an attorney. I do get it. We'll have to wait and see what I decide to do. I need time to think about it.
Yeah.
So either way, man, that's all I got to talk about tonight. You have a good night, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, Jolly Green. Good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, you definitely want an attorney that. I mean, the attorneys specialize in different categories, but somebody that knows how the whole SS thing works, and they would be able to definitely give you some advice at least. So, well, Knucklebuster, you got some advice or just a bunch of baloney?
I don't know. I'll let you figure all that out there. I just passed by the Slick Willie Presidential Library over there in Little Rock there about an hour ago. Steve, you reckon they got that blue dress in there on display?
I don't think that would be the correct library for that. That's.
I know that's right. Well, I got a 2024 Freightliner. I ain't got but 10,000 miles on this truck, Steve. It's got all the bells and whistles on it, every bit of it there. Now, I like this thing. When I'm setting up here, the speed limit in Arkansas for a truck is 70 mile an hour. That's what I'm driving at, 70 mile an hour. Now, when I get down to Texas, it's 75, 85. I can do that, too. Well, at 70 mile an hour, I ain't running but 1350 RPMs. But if I go to full of hills, Steve, I can hit that passing gear in this thing, just mash all the way down on that accelerator, and it'll bump it up to 610 horsepower and yank the fire out of that hill. So I'm pretty impressed with it. Now, if you get too close to somebody, it'll say distance warning.
Mm-hmm.
And if you really get too close to somebody, it'll say collision warning. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that either, but I just get over and go on around them there. Right? That's the best thing to do, drive with your foot there. So, but I don't have a problem with it. Some people might. I don't know. So, anyway, you were talking about reverse discrimination. Surely you doubt that black people and Hispanic would be racist against white people?
That's kind of what I was thinking along that line. Is that possible?
Yeah. All people are racist to me. But you want your race to survive over every other race. So I don't know. I'm not a racist. I just don't like anybody. Except for Steve Summers and his family and my family. And I don't know. I like some of the guys that call in. I can't say I like all of them, but I don't hate nobody. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody.
You got a rather short. You got a short list, in other words.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what you want to call it. Well, I don't hate nobody. Some people I just don't like their actions. And you ain't lying about them driving crazy out here tonight, and it's not just company trucks, it's owner-operators, too. I catch up to some owner-operators, and then the next thing I know, they want a gas on it. Oh, I got to go. I can't let you pass me. Well, I don't care. I'm not going to speed. You want to speed up and get a $500 ticket in the state of Arkansas or $1,000 if you're in road construction? Knock yourself out. I'm not walking in the door and telling Tennessee I got a ticket. She is my insurance agent too. So, you really need to have a personal relationship with your lawyer. My lawyer lives next door to me. My insurance agent lives with me. You have a personal relationship with your doctor, right?
Yeah, for as often as I see him, about once a year, knock on wood.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't see mine but about once every 5 years. But when we get back there talking, we get to clowning around with each other. He's a pretty nice guy. And that one I got at a doctor down there at the VA, he told me, Steve, if I got sick, do not come down there. So I think he gave me some pretty honest advice there.
Uh-huh.
All right, it's a quarter after. I'm going to shut my big mouth so somebody else can get in there before the end of the show there. Have a great morning and enjoy your time off when we get to it.
Yeah, I got about a week to go, a week and a day. And then, a little Christmas vacation this year in the offing. It's 844-844-3388. Blind man, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I had some laser surgery on my left eye, the one I can see out of, and it's helped a little bit. And I'm going back on the 18th to have them do some more laser surgery, get all this gunk out of my eye. It's like cleaning a window, so to speak.
Yeah.
And my prostate problem is stabilized. The stricture is staying open, so I'm staying away from the urologist for the moment.
Good.
Anyway, I was listening yesterday to Jeff Cooner on WRKO, and for 3 hours he talked about the Rasmussen survey, where the question was asked, did you cheat or did you know if somebody cheated in the 2020 election? And Trump mentioned it as well when I heard him last night. 20% said they did cheat or knew someone who cheated.
Correct.
So I'm waiting for that to blow open. And I know when I called Jake Smith this morning, the talk of Delmarva on 98.5 and 92.7, I'm going to tell him that I mentioned his show on your show, and I hope the truckers tune in from 9 to noon and listen to Jake Smith. He's really, really good, and we need more people like him to get the information out there. Also, I'm a little bit down because one of my neighbors was nice enough to take me to Costco, and on the way back, she says, "What are your trucker friends telling you?" And I made the mistake of telling her that, there's Trump signs all over the place. People love Trump, and with these new tapes coming out showing January 6th, that's when she started laughing at me and told me just the opposite, that it was all Trump's fault, and I thought you guys were for the police. I mean, there was no point arguing with her. She's got her mind made up, just about like everybody here where I live. I feel outnumbered. I'm so glad that I have truckers to talk to, and I like to add Grump to my list of trucker friends. So you guys out there, make sure that he gets my phone number and he can give me a shout out sometime. I'm always looking for new friends, so to speak, that I can talk to.
Absolutely, blind man.
Oh, also, Steve, when Grump was talking about checking the box, can you guess which box the Democrats never check?
Which one? The one with the R?
Nope. Do they have a blind cabinet member? Do they have somebody in a wheelchair? They always go after the blacks, the gays, the transgenders. Not a one handicapped person That box is never checked by the Democrats. And the blind, they are a completely forgotten minority.
Oh, interesting. I honestly do not know as far as the makeup of Congress, House, Senate. I know for a while there what Feinstein, before she passed, she was in a wheelchair. It's 844-844-3388. I may have to do some homework. Give me a little research assignment. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
About 8 before the hour, we head down the home stretch here. Mindy, the show manager, sent a couple photos my way this past evening. Apparently she's heading out to the grocery. Now she lives right up there in the home headquarters of Hot Shot Secret, Mount Gilead. First of all, they had a beautiful sunset, but she came across a beautiful bald eagle who was enjoying his dinner. I can't tell from the photo exactly what he was having for dinner, but beautiful. I mean, quite this. I've never seen, except when I've gone to like the Cincinnati Zoo, I've never seen a bald eagle in the wild. I know there are some, supposedly, we've got a couple, a nest in the county we live in. A lot of folks go out there to try to get a glimpse of the bald eagles now and then, but I have not yet done so. Let's see, real quick, as we continue the bicker back and forth, not getting much of anything done in D.C., I guess there was a bit of progress made as the Senate backed a defense policy bill authorizing a record $886 billion with a B in annual military spending, with strong support, they say, from both Democrats and Republicans this past day. Sidestepping partisan divides over social issues that have threatened what is seen as a must-pass bill. Separate from the appropriations bills that set the government spending levels, the National Defense Authorization Act authorizes everything from pay raises for the troops. This year, that'll be 5.2%. Money to purchase the ships, the ammunition, the aircraft, as well as policies such as measures to help Ukraine and push back against China in the Indo-Pacific. Now, this year's bill is nearly 3,100 pages long. Again, $886 billion, about a 3% increase from last year. Chuck Schumer said this will ensure America can hold the line against Russia. stand firm against the Chinese Communist Party and assure that America's military remains state-of-the-art at all times around the world. Now, the final version of the bill left out provisions addressing some of the divisive social issues. Access to abortion, treatment for transgender service members that have been included in the version that was passed by the House over the objection of Democrats threatening to derail this entirely. The 100-member Senate backed the legislation. It was 87 yeas, 13 nays, a rare supermajority. The House is expected to pass it sometime, maybe by the end of this week. Then sending it to the White House, where the president is expected to sign that into law. The fiscal year 2024 Defense Authorization Act also includes a 4-month extension of a disputed domestic surveillance authority, giving lawmakers more time to either reform or keep that program. That's the Section 702, the FISA Act, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which I know there's been a lot of opposition to giving that back because it was so highly abused over the last few years, being used to surveil American citizens who are having nothing to do with being foreign spies and things of that nature. Now, the Senate defeated an attempt to remove the FISA extension on Wednesday before voting to ultimately pass the bill. The Republican majority passed its version of the Defense Authorization Act earlier this year, followed by the Senate, where Biden's fellow Democrats have that slim majority. Now you have to bring negotiators from both parties and both chambers that unveiled their compromised version over the past week. Now, how much money for Ukraine is in here? It ain't much. I mean, the president's wanting $60 billion right now. This does extend one measure to help Ukraine. The Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative stays in place through the end of 2026, authorizing $300 million for the program in fiscal year ending September 30th of 2024 and the next year. So you think about $300 million. That's less than a half of $1 billion. President wants $60 billion additional for Ukraine. We're talking astronomical numbers, but with that, hey, thank you so much for spending some time with us. When we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we will be kicking off, believe it or not, a Friday morning, getting ready for the weekend. Hope you can join us, Casual Friday, here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.